Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Dancing into the weekend like woohoo! Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sunday Sewing Street. I am Stuart Hillard, and it is wonderful to have your company on National Kissing Day and also National Fried Chicken Day. I'm sure there's a way to combine them. Anyway, thanks for joining me here. I've got a fantastic morning for you, but we should start, as we always do, with our early bird. Now, thread is an essential part of the process, whether you're a patchworker, dressmaker, bag maker, and I have got a beautiful curated collection of Aurifil threads from our very own Delphine Brooks. Now, Delphine is known for her replique, for her piecing, and for her amazing quilting. This thread is suitable for all of those things and more. You can use it for dressmaking too. Now, in your pack, you are getting 6 different colours, and you get 1,300 metres of 50-weight thread on each one. And what a gorgeous selection. You've got some blended colours, variegated, kind of ombre, deep pinks. You've got those gorgeous oranges. Well, this is pink taffy. This is mango mist. This one is baby blue eyes. This one's turquoise foam. You've got lemon ice, and you've got medium purple. Absolutely gorgeous selection. And of course, they are on those iconic Aurifil orange spools. Now, regular price at $52.99. It is our early bird today, so you're going to make a saving, and it's a great way to open your shopping basket. Here we go, crash prices in. You are paying $44.99. That's a great drop. Now, we'll perhaps, Jen, if you could do some maths for me, please. So we've got 6 reels. So first of all, $44.99 divided by 6. So £7.49 per reel. Now, if we can divide that £7.49 by 13, please. By 13 to give us our 100 metre price. See, I buy thread 100 metre reel, I pay about £2.50. 67 pence. 57 pence per 100 metres. So about 1/5 of the price of a Gutermann Sew-All or a Coates thread. And this is Aurifil quality. So even though at $44.99, it's an investment in your thread. However, you are paying about 1/5 of the price of regular Sew-All thread by the 100 metres. So you're making an amazing saving there. Good morning to Gillian, who says, morning everyone. Steph says, morning Stuart, have a lovely day, fabulous shirt. Why, thank you kindly. And Jan says, good morning Stuart and all. I will introduce the gallery in just a second. Yes, we are still in the midst of summer, although it is raining outside, I think. A good day for sewing, and we may not have to water the gardens, which would be a boon. Our early bird today is the Delphine Brooks thread collection for Aurifil. 6 colours: pink taffy, mango mist, baby blue eyes, turquoise foam, medium purple and lemon ice. And 57 pence per 100 metres. Phenomenal value for phenomenal 100% premium cotton. And this is a 50 weight. So this is going to be perfect for applique, for quilting, for piecing as well. So a really, really versatile quality thread. Good morning to Anne. She says, morning, lovely Stuart. Thank you, my love. Good morning to you as well. Glad you were able to join us first thing on a Sunday morning. I know it's a lot on a Sunday, isn't it? We've got a message, thank you. Do send your messages in. This is from Annette in Gwent. She says, hi Stuart, so lovely to see you today. I've missed Sewing Street lately. It's great to be back watching and buying. Oh, well, we are thrilled to have you, Annette, and welcome back. Welcome back. I've got a great day for you. Right, keep going through then for your beautiful Aurifil threads. Fabulous selection there. Gorgeous. Now, remember, there's lots of different ways that you can get in touch with us here at Sewing Street, and we do love getting your messages. Excuse me. You can message the studio, send an email, studio@sewingstreet.com. Excuse me. You can go to Facebook and send me a message there. Lots of you have already. Thank you for those. And you can message us through the website. So if you go onto our website, sewingstreet.com, and then click on Watch Live, and then you'll see there, send a message to the studio. Hi, Stuart. Hi, Jen. Good to hear from you. Remember, on our website, you can see everything that's already played, but you can also see what's coming up on today's show. And that's the way you can shop ahead. The best way to make sure you get exactly what you want. Now, while we're there, look at that. Native Lighting White Magnilite exclusive. This is brand new today. This is the light you've all been asking for. A zigzag design with light and a magnifier. Everyone's been asking for a magnifier on this light. Clare has developed and delivered, and today is the launch, and you can't get that lamp anywhere else, even on Clare's website. It is exclusive to us till the end of the month. Now, lots of other gorgeous native lighting available today. We're going to be giving you a deep dive into all things native lighting very, very shortly. And then we have got some fabulous rulers from Creative Grids, the Hunter's Star, and the Turo Four Patch. Excited to see those. Lots of fabulous notions, lots of gorgeous fabric, of course. And need to let you know as well, we have got the brand new colourway from Tim Holtz's palette collection. It's teal. It's teal. I absolutely love this collection. It is so beautiful. Lots of new prints in that collection, actually, ones we haven't seen before. Good morning to Sandra, by the way, who says, good morning, lovely Stuart. It's raining in Glasgow, so a day indoors. The plants need it. The plants need it. My nasturtiums have gone completely wild. They need to just calm down. Hopefully the rain will do it. All right, our early bird today then is the gorgeous thread selection from Delphine Brooks. It's called the Companion Collection, 6 gorgeous colours, 1,300 metres of thread on every reel. Huge value, 57 pence per 100 metres. So just incredible. When you compare that to 100 metres of a sew-all thread, you are getting phenomenal value. And it is very, very versatile. 100% cotton, and it's a 50 weight. Great for top stitching, applique, quilting, piecing. It does it all. Okay. Right, let's have a look at today's menu and see what we've got coming up. So this hour, we've got Clare Donnelly here from Native Lighting with a lighting showcase and that exclusive brand new product. Now, at 9 o'clock, we've got the Creative Grids Hunter Star ruler with Suzie Duncan. A brand new ruler for us. I haven't seen this before on air. She's going to be giving us a full tour on how to make the Hunter Star block. Now, at 10 o'clock, I'll be launching the palette collection from Tim Holtz. This month, it is teal, beautiful fabrics. I've got a mega bundle. I've got fabrics by the half metre. And we've got lots of the previous palettes as well. So if you're missing something, today's a good day to stock up. At 11 o'clock, Suzie is back with more Creative Grids. This time, the Turo Four Patch ruler. It is so cool and clever. And then in our final hour, I have got a roundup of some of our fabulous and favourite quilt kits. So it's a case of miss it and you might just miss out. Don't do that. Don't do that. No FOMO, fear of missing out. Right, well, here we are, and look who's with me. It's Clare Donnelly. Hello, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to be
Really
back.
looking forward to the hour.
Yeah.
We've got a brand new product.
We have a
Clare,
brand new
tell me
product.
all.
It's our new Magnilite. It's a similar design to our zigzag, but it's got a magnifier built in.
I mean, loads of people were asking for this, weren't they?
Yes, and so obviously we get lots of feedback from the show and from the exhibitions, and this is something that people were asking about. So we've developed one, and we've got an exclusive launch today.
Yes, you can't buy this lamp anywhere else at the moment, including on your own website.
No.
Up until the end of the month. So this is your exclusive chance to get your hands on the brand new Magnilite. It's exclusive to us here. Tell me what it does.
Right, so
Give me a tour.
It comes in a lovely little bag. So you've got
I
your
like
nice
that.
little velvet bag. So obviously keep the magnified protected from getting scratched, and obviously from the sunlight as well. So then what you do is you lift it up, and
Such a cool design.
it's obviously very flexible. You can move it this way. You can move the head up as well, and then you've got your light, which is a really bright
That is
light.
gorgeous. Hugely bright.
Yeah, so really bright, and then you've also got different dimmer settings on that, so you can keep the flicker on and dim it down as
Nice.
well. Take it off, then obviously go back up to the brightest light.
Oh, Mike. Claire, your mic has gone into your
It's
top.
my top. Oh, okay, you can't hear me.
Sorry.
Actually, maybe I'll take it out and pop it there.
Awesome.
There we go.
Lovely.
okay?
Yeah, I think that's fabulous. Thank you. Is that better, Bruce? Yep, super. Let's try again.
Okay. So I'm just going to get a little book here and then put some of some text underneath, so then you can obviously see how well that magnifies the text. And pop that over there.
I'm just going to move it slightly that way for May.
I might turn the light off because it
Yep.
shows the magnification better when the light's not on. So
Ooh.
it's not glaring. So obviously you can see there, and then obviously if we move up, you can obviously see how much that magnifies the text. So the magnification is 1.75 times 3 diopter. And there, I think it's sort of like stops you from seeing it because of the lights in the studio. But
Right.
obviously, normally you would have the light on and use that with the magnifier as well.
That is some difference. That really does make a difference, doesn't it? 1.75.
1.75 times, or 3 diopter. Some people like magnification is diopter rather than times.
Your mic's gone again. We might have to...
Oh, there.
Can I... Yeah, I don't know what the... If I pop it there, let's try that. Is that better? Okay, fine. Sorry about that.
Yes, so obviously that's all the features you've got on there. So it dims, obviously you get a little key with it as well, and then if it obviously becomes a little bit loose on the joints here, then you just tighten it up. Or if you feel it's a little bit stiff, because some people with their hand movements and then want it a little bit looser, then you can loosen it as well. So
it's so portable as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you charge it?
So it's rechargeable. So you've got your USB socket there. So you pop your USB, it's got a fast charger, and that can either be plugged into a USB socket or a plug like you would use to charge your mobile phone, or into a laptop or anything that's got a USB socket.
A lot of sewing machines have them now, don't they?
They do, yeah. And also, if you want to be able to sort of like make sure you never run out of power, you can always carry a battery pack with you.
Okay.
So once it's fully charged, it lasts between 4 and 6 hours, depending on which brightness you've got it on. And then say if you're going to a class and you're going to be there longer than that, then if you take a battery pack with you, then you've obviously got the constant light.
Fantastic. I'm just thinking how useful that would be if you were going on a flight and you want to be able to sit and read during the flight, if you're going on a long journey, if you're just when things like caravanning, camping, where perhaps the lighting is not up to your usual standard. Yeah, even when it's sunny outside, you know, there is still shadowy nooks.
Yeah, I mean, depending, you know, you might have a north-facing house, and so then obviously it's quite dark in there when you're working in the house. And, and obviously now we've had our longest day, so gradually the days are obviously going to get shorter and then start.
Oh, don't say that. Charlie said to me the other day, the nights are drawing in. I was like, stop it at once. I will not hear of this. But you're right. You're right. And before we know it, it will be dark at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and we'll be wondering where our native lighting is.
Yes, definitely.
So you get your charging cable.
You get your charging cable.
Get your bag. So it's entirely portable.
Yep. And then obviously it just fits into that bag really nice and neatly with your charging cable as well. So, you know, it's perfect to go in a handbag, in your hand luggage, or if, you know, you've got a sewing bag, it will just pop in there nice and neatly into your sewing bag. Some people have said it will be ideal for just having something when you're working with the sewing machine needle and you can't see it that well and just need that little bit of extra help.
Yeah, really kind of directional, focused lighting. It makes such a difference, doesn't it? It really does. That
magnification there, so yeah.
Knitting on the train, as I was last week.
Was you?
I was. It was so cool. I was knitting socks. And it just sparks so many conversations.
Does it?
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, of course, you're going through tunnels. You are going through embankments. And the lighting is very, very sporadic, shall we say.
Yes. So then, obviously, with having one of these, you've got your constant light there.
Yeah, I think it's great. Can I have a little go?
Yeah.
I can just see so many ways. You know, obviously we've had the zigzag light that has the lighting in this style. We love this design. It's super cool. But to have the magnification as well, because these days now I need my reading glasses for any kind of reading at all. Whereas having this, it just gives you the option of being able to just quickly check a measurement. And we all know measure twice.
Yeah.
Cut once, not constantly taking glasses on and off. I think it's fab. A brilliant price too, $46.99. Remember, this is an exclusive price too. And we have split pays, am I right? There should be split pay on there. Jean's got in touch. She says it's great for hotel rooms, which seem to favour the dimmer the better ethos. Jean in rainy Yorkshire. That's true, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Nude lighting.
Yeah, a lot of people say that it's great to have a native light to take to their hotels because, you know, sometimes you just want to sit there and read. I mean, you can use it for reading as well.
Yeah.
So if people are struggling a little bit with reading, then it's great for that as well. So.
Or restaurants. I mean, how often do you go to a restaurant, the menu comes out, I can't read it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's too small, the writing's too small, the restaurant's too dark.
Too dark, yeah.
And the last thing I think we really want to be doing is getting our phones out.
Yes,
you know?
because then it becomes a bit antisocial, doesn't it? And you sort of, then you like see somebody's text there. I just want to check.
Exactly.
Things like that. So,
and it's date night, or you're out with friends, and it's kind of interfering.
Yeah.
Whereas with your native lighting, brand new, exclusive white Magnilite. You can read the menu, done and dusted, no mobile phone in sight.
Yes.
Love it.
Perfect.
It's great. Absolutely fantastic. That light is super bright as well, isn't it?
It is.
Dimmable by holding the button
Yes,
down.
you hold the button and then that will dim.
There it goes. So actually really controllable.
Yes. Nice tactile button as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Actually, yeah, I really like that. It's a reassuring kind of click on and off
Yeah.
as well. And then when it comes back on, back up to the full brightness?
No, so you'll
or-
need to then obviously it's got a smart memory, so it remembers what you've had it on at before, so it will always
Clever.
go back onto what you had before.
Clever. So that's our full brightness. I think that's wonderful, Claire. Great new addition to the Native Lighting family.
Yeah, I hope everybody's pleased with it because we took all the feedback on board and that's what we did. And the charge will last quite a bit of time on this one as well. So nice long charge time as
So
well.
fully charged, how long is it going to last?
6 hours.
6 hours. That would... I mean, I don't want to read for more than 6 hours
No.
on a flight, even if the flight is
Yeah.
11 hours. You need your sleep.
Yeah, definitely.
But useful for that.
Yeah, so a little bit of reading, a little bit of sewing, lots
Yeah.
of, things on the
I
plane.
find those overhead lights glaring,
Yeah.
rather pointless and really disturbing for everyone
Yeah,
else.
that's what I was going to say. This is really nice because it's your unique, independent light, so you're not bothering other people as well.
Yeah. So also good if you're, I don't know, you're knitting, crocheting, reading while the TV's on, the lights are dim.
Yes.
But you need extra lighting.
Yes.
It's like your own personal light.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. Great. Remember, it's brand new, and the really big difference this time is that you've got the magnification this time, 1.75 times magnification, or 3
Diopter.
diopter.
That's how there's different ways of magnification being measured.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the times and then the diopter.
I
It's
don't
all
know
to
what
do
it
with
means,
the,
but
it's
I
all to
love
do with
it.
the curvage of the lens.
Okay.
So depending on the curvage of the lens is how much it can magnify.
Ah, cool. What I do notice is that magnification isn't distorting
No.
what I'm seeing, because quite often
Yes.
cheap magnifying glass,
Yes.
they can distort the edges.
Yes, definitely. So obviously all of our products, we source high quality products to use in them, and they're all guaranteed for 2 years as well.
That's superb. I do need to let you know that about half the stock's gone, and a huge number of you have this in your basket too. We could easily sell out. We don't have massive quantities left by any means. In fact, we don't even have big quantities left. So I would advise you check out your baskets. Toot sweet, as we say in France. That's brill. Love it. Only available in white. Which is the sewer's favourite, right?
It is, yeah. That's the sewers do like the white because
Yeah.
it's just that clean look, and it goes with most of the sewing machines and things that people are working with.
Yeah, very smart. Also, about the size of a mobile phone,
Yes.
which I think, is great, because if you've got room for a mobile phone, you've got room for one of
Right.
these.
And another thing to point out is that we've got the switch on the inside. So if you're going to pop it in your bag, you're not going to... A lot of the other ones on the market have their button here.
Okay.
You pop it in your bag, it'll switch on, and then you've lost all your charge. So we make sure that it's obviously protected, so it can't turn itself on when it's in your bag as well.
Fabulous, fabulous. Not heavy, light in your pocket or in your handbag or in your shopping bag. Great to have next to your sewing machine as well. Great to have next to your sewing machine. But also lots of other uses, not just crafting. You have lots of customers who don't craft at all.
No, we sell obviously to beauticians, and we sell to people with low vision, and so it's lots of different sectors.
Yeah, fantastic. I think great as a little study lamp as well.
Yes, and so maybe if people are at uni
Mm-hmm.
as well, don't want anything to take up too much space, but because it's such a bright light, they can use that as well.
Yeah, it is a really bright light. And I love how directional it is. So you really can spread that light over the whole page if you want to, or you can really narrow it down to a very specific area. You've got that magnification, 1.75, and even even with the lighting in the studio, you can still see how bright that is. I wonder actually, Bruce, can we take the lighting down low? Just to show, we can take it right off. Prepare yourself, Claire. Just so you can see just how bathed in light now that page is. Everything illuminated. Also, do you notice how the colours are true? The colours stay true, so there's no distortion. So if you're doing something like tapestry or cross stitch late at night, you are not going to pick the wrong colour, hopefully, and wake up in the morning and think, what have I done? You know, we don't want to disturb the people who are around us necessarily. I've got low single figures. Lots of you now checking out your baskets. The numbers are dropping. Way more in baskets than I have. Literally last 6 lamps left. And this is exclusive, remember, until the end of the month. But you won't be here before the end of the month.
No, I won't.
So this is one chance. One chance, okay. Down to the last 4 now. I'm going to start popping it back inside its little velvet bag. This is very smart too.
Yeah.
I love all of this. Just perfect and designed for carrying with you wherever you go. Last 2 then. Be quick on your checkouts. I'm going to pop this to one side, Claire, if I may.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be showing it again.
Okay, well done if you managed to get yours. Just a couple left. 1 left, in fact. Okay. Right. Oh, quick good mornings, by the way. I want to say a special good morning to Delia. We can both say good morning and happy birthday, Delia, because it's Delia's birthday today. She said she's feeling loved. Well, you are loved. National Kissing Day. National Fried Chicken Day too. Also, good morning to Hillary. She says, morning, Stuart and all. I hope you all have a wonderful day. All right. The brand new Magnilite has now sold out. Well done if you got yours. Right. So next up, we are going to be doing the twin head floor lamp.
Okay.
Let's do that.
This is a relatively new one.
We've only seen this
We've only
once
had this
before?
once. Yes, that's correct. So, right. So this
This is
one,
super duper.
this one has got a gooseneck, so you can bend it down quite low to where you're working. So if you're working in a chair, then you can get the light down really low, or you can obviously have it up high like this. So you've got double head, and what these heads do is they can be moved out like this. So if you've, say, maybe got 2 sewing machines, like I know a lot of people have, and you want light on both of them.
Sewing machine and overlocker.
And then, so then you've obviously got the 2, and you can have them independent of whichever way you want. So obviously if you have them together, you've got a more powerful light because you've got the 2 tubes, or obviously you can open them out and have the 2 like that. So they're independent of each other, so you can have one on, one off.
Ah, cool. And the on-off button is just at the end?
On the end here. And then they've got 4 brightness settings as well. So you tap them.
Oh, very
to
easy
see
to
which brightness
work.
you require. So these have just got daylight setting on them. So that's the colour that obviously most people will use. We do have a selection of lights that do have other colours as opposed to warm and cool. But daylight is what you would normally always use if you're working on a project.
Right. Love the fact that you can reposition. I mean, I would create this kind of corner of light. So you've got this fabulous area that's illuminated beautifully, but equally that can all kind of twist upwards because of this gooseneck. And Claire, it's fair to say you're famous for your gooseneck.
For my goosenecks.
But you are.
Yeah.
Because they are kind of unparalleled. They are so directionable.
Yes.
Is that a word? Manoeuvrable.
Yes, very manipulative.
But strong.
But strong, yes. Because, again, from feedback, people used to tell me that they used to hate the fact that the lamps always, after a certain amount of time, lost their strength and used to like drop.
Yep.
So ours are always, ours have been reinforced. Slightly different style to other ones that are on the market. We don't have the vertebrae in ours. It's just a solid metal steel.
Is that the difference
That's
then?
the difference, yeah.
Interesting to know, isn't it? Super strong and super positionable. Great price as well, $74.99. Now remember, this is on a floor. This is a floor lamp style, so you've got that round but quite thin base. It's heavy, but it's thin, isn't it?
Obviously, it needs the weight to for having the head and the flexibility. But yes, it's still relatively small and.
So you could slide it under a kind of those upholstered sofas that go pretty low to the ground.
Yeah.
You'd get it under that, wouldn't you?
You'd get it under that. Or a lot of people tend to have it behind the sofa and then maybe coming over the back of them at the sofa as well. So they've got the light coming round from there.
What's the maximum height? Is the height adjustable or is it one fixed height?
So it's one fixed height with the actual poles. So how you would adjust the height is with this, really. So obviously you can bring that down or bring that higher up as well.
I love the fact it can't be a coincidence that you've got kind of like sewing machine length on those lights. Absolutely perfect, ideal for illuminating your sewing machine.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Having your light exactly where you need it. Well done, everyone who's checked out their baskets. My goodness, you'll be very happy when you get this home. I've got my native lighting in my studio and I love it. And it doesn't, actually, what's been interesting, Claire, is it doesn't matter what the weather is like, because obviously recently we've had a lot of really, really bright sunshine.
Yeah.
It's the first thing I do is I sit down at my machine, I put my native lighting on, because that extra illumination is always better than not. I'm finding.
Yeah, and it's all about looking after your eyes as well. It's you sort of think, oh, I don't need a light when it's really nice outside, but like you say, you can see the difference even when it's nice and bright. But it is about looking after your eyes and working in much more comfort, and that normally means you can work for much longer in the comfort.
This is what we need. This is what we need. Comfort throughout the day and at night. Available in white. Now, I just want to talk to you, Claire, about what's actually creating the light. Are there bulbs? Do we need to replace them? How long do they last? All that stuff.
So all the native lighting lamps are LED, and LEDs last for 50,000 hours. So if you used your lamp for 8 hours a day, that equates to about 18 years worth of use.
18 years, 8 hours a day.
Yeah. I mean, some people use it more, but that's a good average of sort of like work. A lot of people say, oh, that will see me out. And I'm like, no, it won't. And most people there'll be some new designs of lamps and they'll decide they want to change for a new design before the actual lamp would stop working.
Absolutely.
Really. That's what we tend to find.
Yeah, I don't want to picture myself in 18 years' time. I'm not ready for that. But it's good to know that my lamp will still be shining in all senses of the word. Sue from the West Midlands has got in touch, Claire, and she says, I bought one of these at Festival of Quilts last year. It's brilliant. It's easy to get light in the right place when sewing. That's so important, isn't it? Light where you need it.
Yeah, definitely. It needs to be positioned where you, and that's what some people say. We just can't get the light in the right place. And I'm like, have you tried a gooseneck? Because you can just put it wherever you want.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. And because of the strength of the gooseneck, it doesn't do that awful, rather depressing kind of.
Yeah.
And we've all been there. $74.99 for the Native Lighting twin head floor lamp. I love the fact that if you need that kind of turbocharged lighting, just put the two heads together and then you get the power of two lights in one place.
Yeah.
Absolutely super. Let's see just how bright that light is. Let's take those lights down low. That is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And again, if you need to open the light, look how that illuminates that whole area. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. This is when, you could actually turn the big light off.
Yeah.
Which is also good for the environment, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Not loads of extra lighting for the sake of it that you're not even using.
Yeah.
I sit down in my studio to sew and I'm there for the next 6 hours.
Yeah.
I do not need the whole studio illuminated.
No, exactly.
So it's something to think about as well, doesn't it? Now, we also have this available as a desk lamp.
Yes, we do.
As well, which I have right here. So I'm going to bring this over. Now, remember, all of the Native Lighting products are on split pay. It's not showing on screen, but it is an option. Whatever the price of the lamp, I think there are 2 split pays on every... No, nothing's come up. Okay. No, split pay's not coming up, but they are all on split pay. Good to know. 2 split pays. Oh, it has come up. There we go. There we go. Split pay. Ah, now that is 3 split pays.
There's 3, yeah.
3 split
Some
pays.
lamps they do 3, some they do 2. I'm not too sure
Oh,
how they work
okay,
out
great.
which they do.
So to get this lamp home then, £18.99, wasn't it? Amazing, great. Tell me about this one.
So this one obviously
18.33.
is the same as the one that we had showing on the floor. So you've got the square base here, and then obviously you've got exactly the same. So you've got your dimmers on each side. So you've got 4 brightnesses, 2, 3, 4. You've got your head that you can then put together. What a lot of people like to use this one for is going with the sewing machine here. Quite a lot of people use this one to go round the side of the sewing machine to light up, obviously, the area that you're sewing and the needle. And then some people that have maybe got a larger machine will have it like this, and then obviously have the light up the top there, and then have it down, coming over the whole area that you're working on.
Yeah. So in terms of these lights, is this exactly the same sort of head as you've got on the floor lamp?
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Amazing.
Exactly the same.
Amazing. Same brightness, same changeability.
Yeah.
That's great. Absolutely brilliant.
And what we tend to find is that, say people have got, they like to work in a chair and then they like to be able to work at a table, then they tend to go for the floor lamp because they can move that from working in the chair and then to the table, and then obviously have it bent over the table. And if it's going to be a table or a sewing machine, obviously on a desk that you tend to use more, then people tend to go for the desk version.
Brilliant.
That one.
Absolutely fab. We've got a message. I love Native Lighting. This is Carolyn in the West Midlands. I love Native Lighting. I have lots. And just added this desk one for my revamped sewing desk. You can't beat them.
Oh, that's lovely feedback. Thank you.
I'm going to throw my hat in the ring there and say I agree. I've got Native Lighting in my studio and it has made a real difference.
Yeah, it does make a difference.
Yeah.
It's nice for people to give that feedback
Totally.
as well.
And it's the kind of the crispness, the clarity, the sharpness that I can see.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we spend a lot of time and money investing in the quality of our products as well, because obviously there is difference in prices with other products that are on the market. But then when you receive one of ours, you can see the difference in the light, the difference in the LEDs, and the clarity and the quality of the light as well.
Exactly.
And the guarantee. So
Not all lamps are equal.
No.
Absolutely not. And I love the fact that 8 hours use, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 18 years worth of light. I mean, that's the dream. That's the dream. And if you haven't tried Native Lighting before, I urge you to give it a try. It will make a difference. I'm convinced. Absolutely fantastic. This is very close to selling out. It's £54.99. Maybe you're working from home and you need some extra lighting at your desk. Really, really useful, maybe doing makeup, maybe reading. It could be leisure, it could be work. Very, very versatile. Very versatile. And remember as well, you can put those 2 heads together for double the lighting.
Yes.
It's really clever design, I love it. A lot of your designs are very innovative.
Yes, we've tried to we've tried to work out how it's going to work for the person that needs to use it, rather than just that's a light and that's what it does.
Sure.
We spend a lot of time working with them.
Yeah. It's the difference, isn't it, when a company, that's all you do.
Yeah.
It's everything you do. It's everything you're about.
Yes.
You put all your development into that one goal.
Yes, definitely. So it's pointless in having a light that isn't what people need, because that doesn't work.
Right, exactly. And so often it's sort of style over substance, but
Yes.
yours is stylish and substantial, and it really works.
Yeah, I mean, that's important to me as well, that, you know, years ago when we didn't have LEDs, they were big and clunky because you had to be able to fit the bulbs in, and also they were hot as well. So it's important no heat from LEDs.
Absolutely no heat at all. So if you're concerned about that with perhaps your hand stitching, you think, I don't want sweaty hands, you will not have sweaty hands from the lighting.
No, and also you have your head very close when you're sewing to your light as well, so not to obviously have that near you as well. But yeah, it's important for me that they are aesthetically pleasing and do look nice in the home as well.
Yeah, and actually, regardless of your style, you could take this to the shed, to the garage, any member of the family. They're classic, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Ageless as well. Great for kids, great for
kids.
adults.
Yeah.
I have the twin head desk lamp, this one right here, and I love it. This is from a collector in Manchester. It's a great supplement to my machine's own lamp, and it's so flexible. So what you need, low single figures now on the desk lamp. I've got 4 left. So you are going to need to be really, really quick on that. I think that's fantastic. Great price as well, isn't it? £54.99 and available on 3 split pays. So £18.33 today to get it home. And it's just a box you tick when you're checking out. Do you want split pay? Yes. And you get it. That's it. Split pay is on all Native Lighting products today. Make sure you get yours before we sell out. Right, what's next? Let's do the clamp lights, please, Claire.
What's next? Okay.
Do you want me to take the sewing machine away?
No, because I'll show what
We'll
they
keep
do
that
around
great,
that
no
as
problem.
well.
Thank you.
Okay, right. These are the clamp lamps. So these have all got a clamp on here. So they open up to 6 centimetres. So you've got a nice deep clamp there, and they've got cushion pads for protecting any tables or furniture. So you clamp it on. And then, again, it's got the gooseneck, the really flexible gooseneck. But what these are really good for is getting them round the sewing machine or right where you need the throat,
yes.
like that. So either coming behind, coming up above, coming right round the side. So although the one we had before was very flexible, this is like next level flexible. So you've got that. So to switch this one on and off, it's on and off here. And you can also dim it as well. So you keep your finger on to dim that one down. And this one is USB powered. So this one can be either plugged into your sewing machine on a USB socket. It can either be plugged into a plug that's got a USB socket inside it, or into a battery pack as well, so making it nice and portable as well, this one.
Yeah, so if you're in the middle of a field in a caravan and you don't have your electricity, you can take your battery pack and away you go.
Yes, and then it works perfectly for that. A lot of people tell me they use these in their camper vans and caravans because they say there's lots of little shelves in caravans and camper vans, and they're perfect to clamp onto and then have the light coming down like where they're working in them as well. So yeah, really good for that side of things.
Yeah, fantastic. I love the fact that it gives you almost that sort of surgical precision, doesn't it?
Yes.
You've got that lighting, and sometimes when I'm working, I want the light right there, nowhere else.
No. And it will stay wherever you put it. So obviously we've got that enforced gooseneck there, so no bending or dropping. So you can move.
And that's the difference, isn't it?
Yes.
Massive, massive difference. You might spot things that look similar, but do they have the quality gooseneck? Do they have that strength?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that's going to be make or break.
Yeah, I mean, I find so many people say to me, I wish I'd bought yours first, and then, they end up obviously spending money, and then obviously it's not done what they wanted, and then purchase one of ours, and they were like, should have done that first.
Yeah, should have done it first. £16.66 to get this lamp home. 3 split pays, $49.99 if you want to pay the full amount today. But if you want split pays, they are on everything Native Lighting today. £16.66, amazing price to get it home. And just see the difference that it makes. Just see the difference that having truly directional lighting, task lighting, but equally, you could have this just because you want to light up and warm up an area of your home.
Yeah.
Could just be mood lighting too. Yeah. Say again, Bruce, sorry. The lamp, yeah. We were just lighting the back of the sewing machine, but there you can see, absolutely fabulous, isn't it? LED lights. The other thing as well, you know, on some, I mean, admittedly very cheap one, you can sort of see little individual
Yes.
bulbs.
Yes, so
This
we
I
tend to
just
have
see light.
we have diffusers over our lights so that you don't actually see all of that.
Yeah, but you get
So-
that perfect kind of spread of light.
Yes.
Very smart indeed. Again, single figures left. Those numbers are dropping rapidly. Way over half the stock that I've got left now is in baskets. Well done if you've already checked out. You've got yourself an amazing lamp there. Did you go for split pay? £16.66 to get it home.
Wow.
What a great deal. What a great deal. So that's in black.
Yeah.
Very smart, very stylish. And as well, I think if you want your lighting to sort of disappear, then black is a good way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice sometimes to have a choice. That's why we have some products in black and
Yeah.
nearly everything's in white, but we do have a few that we've got the option of black or white.
I like
So,
that. So very nice as well. I'm thinking students.
Yes.
So I think black would be particularly kind of stylish.
yeah.
Student dorm room. Right, the white as well.
So we
White as well. Oh, I've got to read this message. Maria says, morning, gorgeous. How are you doing? I think that might be for you. I don't know.
I'm sure it's you.
Doing good, thank you, Maria. How are you? So we've got it in white.
So that's the white one.
Yes,
as well.
here we go.
We haven't got that one. But
Excuse me.
It's exactly the same, but obviously just got it in white.
In white.
And obviously this one in the black.
Yep, so the clamp, everything white. The price isn't crashing, we're just doing that because that's how we get the split pays up on screen. So same price, £49.99 or £16.66 on split pay. So the way split pay works is you make the first payment today, we send out your lighting straight away. Oh, half the stock's gone already. Well done. Check out your baskets, remember. Yep, £16.66 today. We send you the lighting, and then next month, £16.66 from your account. The following month, final payment, and that's it. You're done. Spread the cost. Fab. Okay, so that's the white. The gooseneck is so impressive. It is so impressive, isn't it? It's the thing that really stands out for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do say that actually, and it's really nice that I get a lot of feedback as well, saying, you know, after 2 or 3 years, nothing's changed. So
Yeah, that's what you want, and 18 years of light.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to do the desk lamp, the curved desk lamp. These ones right here. Absolutely love the style and the just the sort of surrounding of light that you get from this. It's incredible.
So this is our big light, if you like, probably one of our biggest ones that we've got. So you get a really lovely light across here because you don't get any shadows because it's going all the way around. And that's really nice because a lot of people tend to say when they're working, they're always working in their own shadow. So obviously if it does fit machines under this sort of size. If you wanted to have it for a bigger machine, you can just lift it a little. So you can put it on some bricks or blocks or books or anything like that, and then it would still work. So you get your little control panel here. That's what operates the light. So you've got your on and off button in the middle. And then you've got 2 buttons here, which is your dimmer switch. So it's actually got 10 brightness levels. So you can come right down to your 10 brightness levels and then go back up to the brightest one. It also comes with a mobile phone holder. So if you're maybe following something on YouTube that you're trying to sew, then you can obviously...
Watching Sewing Street.
Yeah, or watching Sewing Street. So you can angle this little bit here. So then your mobile phone would be angled like that. Or if you want to take photos, or if you want to record what you're doing and you're maybe making tutorials or you're teaching live, you'll just put your phone there and then your camera would obviously be facing down. So everything that you're then doing would be filmed while you're doing that.
Very
so that's
clever.
the reason for that. Now they come separate in the box. So, you know, if you don't have any use for it, you don't need to use it and put it on. But it is a useful feature for people that do need to be able to do that as
It's
well.
a terrific design. I think this would be amazing for quilting quilts.
Do you?
To be able to get that sort of complete, and particularly the dimmable light.
Okay.
Because for me, I want some light, but not too much light,
Yeah.
so I can see what I've quilted and where I need to go. This, I think, would be ideal. £64.99 is your split pay. This is 2 split pays on this one. This is the version in black. I think this is fab. The other way I could see this being incredibly useful is if you're an embroiderer. Because for me, actually, I'm going to move the sewing machine out of the way just for a second. For me to have your embroidery here, where you've got that complete lighting. Suzie Duncan's in the house and she is nodding vigorously. Cross stitch, gold work, tapestry, beading. I'm totally obsessed with bead weaving at the moment. Oh, obsessed. That underneath here, you can see everything. You're working with tiny beads on a little needle. Oh, absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. So where you want that huge spread of light over your hands in particular, you can see just how beautifully illuminated everything under that arch is. Yeah, fantastic piece of kit. Absolutely fantastic. So this one is permanently plugged in. Yeah.
Permanently plugged in,
Yeah.
this one. Yes, this is the mains
Great.
operated one.
So this is the black. Now we've also got it available in white. So I'm going to bring the white one over and pop it in front. I mean, exactly the same principle, right?
Yes.
Just the different colour. This is white, the white. I actually really like that this one has the little control.
The controller on there.
Yes.
But you can obviously dim it down if it's too bright, because it is extremely bright, this light.
Yes.
So yes, if you maybe want to come down a few levels, then you can.
Oh, half the stock already on the white. Be quick, won't you? Another message, another message. Another message. Thank you. Morning all. Even do it. Oh, of course. Why hadn't I
Yeah.
thought of that? Yes,
Then you can
Mandy.
just move the lamp
Jigsaws.
wherever you are on the jigsaw, can't you? So yeah.
Yes. In terms of... Oh.
It's very
yeah.
lightweight. People expect it
is-
to be so much heavier.
Yes. That's brilliant. Actually, do you know what I'm thinking too? If you're in bed
Yeah.
and you're working in your lap or just eating and the room's a bit dim or whatever and you want a bit of greater lighting, that would go really well
Yeah.
lying in bed.
Would do.
Sitting in
yeah.
bed.
I hadn't thought about that one.
41 centimetres in height at the tallest point. Total width, 84 centimetres. The arc itself is 7 centimetres across there. And then the foot width, 18 centimetres. Oh, yeah, I could think of so many different ways. Cake decorating.
Yeah. Anything that needs just good light. Reading. Or you could, you
Yeah.
know, you could even use it for reading as well.
But Mandy, yes, jigsaws, totally, totally. Lego.
Yeah.
Like a bit of Lego? Have a bit of Lego. Do
painting.
check out your baskets.
Painting.
Yep.
as
Is that
well.
painting?
I don't know.
What are you painting with?
What am I painting?
Potatoes? That's about my limit with painting, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm not a painter.
I do love a bit of block printing, though.
Oh, well, yeah.
And again, it's all of these things where you've perhaps got stuff spread out on the table and you need great lighting throughout. Terrific, terrific piece of kit, that. But also as well, beauticians, nail techs, lash technicians. Yeah, really good. Ex-nail tech here, so yeah, very useful. Right, last product of the hour is the zigzag lamp. So shall I, do you want me to take this,
Yeah.
this away?
That one over there. Turn it off.
Oh, we've got the 3-in-1 floor magnifiers as well. Do you want to do the zigzag? Yeah, we'll do the zigzag.
Zigzag. Okay. So this is obviously the original zigzag, which is where we sort of like then made the new Magnilite from. So this is portable light as well. So you've got your up and down here. You've got this part as well that you can move. It moves back as well. So lots of flexibility on this lamp. And then you've got 3 brightness settings on. So you just tap it very gently to turn it on. And then you've got your brightness settings on there. So 1, 2, 3. And to turn it off, you just keep your finger on there for a couple of seconds. So to just, again, we've got the button on the inside, so you don't lose any of the power when you put it away, because it's obviously protected. So just turn it off, and then nice and compact.
Yeah, really compact. Pop
Yeah.
that in your bag as well. Now, the Magnilite is completely sold out, but what I just wanted to do you mind opening that up to its sort of tallest and most dramatic?
Yeah. We
'Cause
will,
I just
we will
wanted-
be able to get some more stock of the Magnilite, but obviously we've just done a soft launch with this.
I just wanted to do a sort of size
Size
comparison too, because is that the tallest it goes as
That's
well?
the tallest it goes.
So just in terms of, because I think this is still, you know, one of my favourite lights that you do, Claire,
Right.
because of that height, because of that reach.
Yeah.
It's got a lot going for it, hasn't it?
Yes.
And brilliant for travelling and where you want some magnification, but the height, the manoeuvrability, I mean, of course, have both. But yeah, love that. And dimmable as well.
Yes, so we've got 3 brightness settings on that one.
It's just so compact as well. When everything is pushed down, you literally can pop it in your pocket.
Yeah.
And is this one a rechargeable?
Yeah, rechargeable with a USB-C, which is the fast charger. And again, that will last between 4 and 6 hours, depending on which brightness you have it on.
Fantastic, fantastic. So 6 hours if you've got it on a lower
Yeah.
brightness. Makes perfect sense. Great for travelling as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely perfect to take with you wherever you go, including date night.
Yeah.
So you can read the menu. Right, we have got, oh, be careful on that one. A lot of the stock's gone and in baskets as well, so do be quick. So the 3-in-1 floor lights. We'll do the white one first. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Oh, no, that's fine. We can do because I've got the floor
Oh,
version
yes.
in black and then the desk version in white.
So this is convertible. This is
Yes.
3-in-1. And so the 3 different options that we've got are...
So you can have it as a floor lamp. You can turn it into a desk lamp, and you get a clamp as well, where you can clamp it to the table. So you've got the 3 options.
Is it possibly the most versatile lamp you do?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd say, because obviously you've got the 3 ways to use it. You've got the light and you've got the magnification.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, we'll show you here actually the sort of 3 different configurations, if you like. So you've got that floor light there, so you could literally kind of slide that base under the bed or under your chair or sofa. It's like evolution, isn't it? It's sort of set out for you, the evolution of lighting. Floor lamp, desk lamp with that base, but taken out the pole. Or you can have the clamp attached and then you can fix it wherever you need to. It could be on a headboard, it can be on the back of your desk, wherever you want. It could even be on the arm of a chair, I suppose, if you've got a chair with a suitable arm. £146.99. That base is super strong and stable, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, we can probably normally lift this one up
Yeah.
and then just sort of like, you can see. So
You've got
it as
split
the-
pay on this, remember? 0% interest, two split pays. No, 3 split pays. No, 2 split pays, I'm sorry. Can't do maths. Can't do maths. Don't ask me to.
It's confusing because some are 2 and some are 3, aren't they? So, yeah. So here you can see you've got obviously a nice big solid base. It's really weighty, so if you're worried about children or dogs or anything knocking it over, this weighs 7.5 kilos, so it's a heavy one. So you've got your adjustable pole here, so this is, you just loosen that and then you can obviously extend that up or down on that one.
Even as the table lamp?
No, so this is it as the
Oh,
floor lamp.
I got you,
Then
sorry.
I'll show you it in
Ah,
a
yeah, of
minute
course,
as it's
sorry.
turned
Yeah.
into the table lamp. So you've got your head here, so you can obviously see really bright daylight LEDs there. So that's them off, then on, and then it's got 2 brightness settings on there as well. really clear magnification on this one. It's a glass lens, which again even enhances the magnification even more.
What is the magnification?
So it's 1.75 on this one.
Yeah, and that is a big magnifying lens.
Yeah, that's a big lens. So, and also, rather than it being circular, we had this design made because I feel like, well, you don't look at things more circular. You look at things sort of more as an oblong, don't you? So that's why we sort of had that design of the lens on that one. So that's it as the floor magnifier. And then you can then turn it into a desk. This is the white one, as that just turned into the desk.
So remember, you don't have to choose. It's all three configurations. You use the same base for the floor and the table.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, what you'll get in your box is you'll get one head with the light, you'll get one base, and then you'll get the extender pole. So you
And
then
your clamp as well.
And your clamp as well. So you obviously make the decision which way you want to work it. So you would just, it's really easy, and you then obviously would just attach this part into the base rather than including the pole in the middle. What a lot of people tell me they do is they tend to leave the base and the pole by the chair they work in, and then they use the clamp, which is this, and then they keep the clamp on a table, and then they just then move this part between the two, so depending on like where they're working. So that's how a lot of people have told me it works for them. But obviously, you've always got the option of the three different ways and using it that's best for you.
The way I'm thinking about this is it's less than £50 per lamp, effectively, isn't it? You've got these three different ways of using your lamp. Incredible value. The fact that you've got such a big magnifying lens and a glass magnifying lens at that, which gives you better clarity and better kind of uniformity, doesn't it?
Yes.
Brilliant. And all that controllable lighting. Yeah, amazing. Ah, Claire.
Wow, that went quick, didn't it?
I know, it flies by. It really does. It really does. Now, just remember that these split pays are only available until midnight tonight. So you need to make sure you've checked out your basket before midnight tonight. Great prices on everything from Clare and Native Lighting. So make sure you get your order in nice and early. Don't miss out.
Nope.
And when will we see you next time?
I don't know. I need to talk to upstairs to get another show.
But you will be at Festival of Quilts?
I will be, yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
We must have a catch-up.
Yes, definitely.
Do that and a cup of tea.
And a cup of tea. Definitely.
Perfect.
Well, I'll probably rope you onto the stand again like last time.
Oh, no, I'll be on my own stand.
On your own stand.
I will. But come and have a cup of tea with me. All right, thank you for that, Claire. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Suzie Duncan is in the house. We're the first of two amazing shows. She's introducing us to the Hunter Star Creative Grids Ruler. It is amazing. Prepare to be blown away. I'll see you after this. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It is so good to have your company on Sewing Street. Morning, how are you? I'm Stuart Hillard, and my guest this hour is the fabulous Suzie Duncan. Morning, Suzie.
Good morning.
And Suzie brought in cake. But she's also fabulous at everything else too. Now, Suzie, this is one of my favourite blocks that I love to hate.
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah.
A little.
It's one of those that you love to make and then you just think, oh, that's a bit of an ache.
Yeah, I love it, but it can be, if you're doing it template or paper, it can be difficult to make.
Yes, yeah, it is, yeah. Unless you, foundation paper piecing is definitely the only way I would tackle it now.
Yeah.
Because the angles are just, too much bias, not going there.
Except good old creative grids.
Oh my gosh, blown it out
I've
the park
stepped
again.
in. You've already spotted this, by the way. Loads of you have already checked out. Creative Grids have done what they always do, which is to say, hey, you know that block that you love, but you don't really enjoy making? We're going to revolutionise it and make it a snip with a clever ruler. And Suzie, you're going to give us the grand tour, aren't you?
I am.
This ruler is fabulous, and it's £30.99. Can we make different sizes, Suzie?
Yes, so it'll make you 3 sizes. So you're going to make 4 individual blocks that come together to make the whole star. And you can make those with a finished size of 6, 7 or 8 inches, which gives you a finished full block of 12, 14 or 16 inches.
So useful.
Perfect for cushions,
Yep.
perfect for your quilts. You can easily do your maths.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just can't wait for Suzie to show you the method for this ruler because it's so smart, so clever, and you'll wonder why you ever used templates or foundation pieced it before. Just think, you can make your hunter star, cushions, throws, quilts. It is a scrappy classic, but it also is classic done in 2 colours, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's the other great look for a
Yeah,
hunter
it
star.
is. Yeah, you can, and because of the way it's constructed, you know which bit is going to be what. So if you want to make the stars are different from the background, so you get a double star, it's easy to work out which piece to cut for those. So you've not got to do all that, you know, that reverse thinking.
Just thinking generally.
That just means
Suzie.
I do a 20-mile dog walk, not an 8-mile dog walk.
Yeah, I'm not into it. But also just so versatile, just that you can make this, no paper piecing, no paper to remove, no templates, no maths, no hard thinking. It's a dream. Now, I do need to let you know that way over a third of my remaining stock is in baskets or checking out as I speak. We got a good quantity in because Suzie does such fabulous demos and very often sells out these rulers because it's all about seeing it in action. What I would say is I know lots of you are waiting for the demo and we're going to jump to that very, very quickly, actually, but don't miss out. Don't wait, watch the demo and then go back to checkout because you may well find that the stock has vanished. Suzie, we thought it would be lovely just to see a few hunter star, a bit of inspiration.
Yeah, because I didn't
Good
have
old
time
Pinterest.
to make one.
Well, you've got other things to do. But look. Scrappy. Now you can see that classic 2-colour version.
Yeah. But the scrappy ones work really well. I love the ombre and the rainbow ones that you can do with it.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. And what about if you did the inner star in dark tones and the outer one in lighter tones of the same hue? Then you would get this amazing double ombre going on.
Yeah,
That
absolutely
would look
brilliant.
Awesome.
What a lovely idea.
Yeah.
And you know, like Christmas maybe?
Yes, yes. Bit of the old gold or silver Wiltshire shadow in there. Oh, that would
now
look...
you're talking. But that scrappy red and tan and cream right in the middle of the screen right now. Love that.
Yep.
Oh, hello. What happened there? Jen's finger slipped. Now, I love that teal.
Cake.
The teal version on the left.
Teal and cream or teal and white is a classic, isn't it?
Did you see we've got the Tim Holtz teal collection coming up? Oh, yeah.
I did.
Very, very beautiful. So whether you use 2 colours or use your scraps, this is hugely versatile.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a lovely design to use up if you've got bits of your favourite, to make yourself a favourite quilt, you know, a snuggle quilt that you will always love because it's got your favourite bits of fabric in that you can't possibly throw away, even though there's only 2 inches of it.
But you could use different fabrics for all the different elements.
Absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful. This is the largest size. This is the 16-inch finished or 8-inch finished quarters. But you've also got the 14 or 7.
There you go. Do you
and
want
the 12.
Oh, that's the smallest one.
Always prepared. So this is using the 6-inch unit. So you know what I say, if your scraps are ugly, cut them small. That would work. And also, I am going to show you the back because, A, it's immaculate, but also you can see there just how perfectly everything comes together. And Suzie, obviously, you're a very experienced patchworker, but the accuracy that you have achieved is about the ruler and the method.
Absolutely no credit to me
It's not
whatsoever.
taking anything away from you.
No, and it wasn't me at all. The instructions are so detailed. The ruler is so specific and it's so well designed that literally all you need to be able to do is to sew a straight line and use an iron. It even tells you which direction to press everything. So as you can see, all the seams nestle.
Yeah. Is that our checklist then? Can I sew can I sew a straight line?
Yeah.
Check. On a good day.
Yeah, if I don't
Can I
bleed.
use an iron? Yes, but not for bedding.
Who irons bedding?
I'm so glad to hear you say
I
that.
I used to.
I
But,
used
mean,
to.
fitted sheets, they iron themselves, don't they? When you put them on the bed.
I think, half an hour in bed and you might as well have not bothered, so I don't. But that is absolutely superb. That's your 12-inch. You've got your 18, and remember there's one in between, which you are going to show us, aren't you, the 14?
All right.
Love it. A message for you. Morning, all. This is from Karen in Hampshire. Oh, lovely part of the world. I saw this demo on the Creative Grids USA YouTube months ago. I've been waiting for it to come to the UK. I ordered mine first thing. Now happy.
Awesome.
We love that.
Good. Yes, you will be very happy when you get it, Karen, as well. Start saving your bits of fabric to do it with.
Busting your stash.
Yeah.
With a Hunter's Star quilt or two, absolutely.
I was going to say, I dread to think how big the quilt would have to be to bust my stash.
Or I need to let you know now, I've got less than half my original stock and everything's in baskets. In fact, we're getting to the stage now. In fact, we are oversubscribed on this ruler. So, you know what I'm going to say? In fact, I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to go. You know what to do. You know what to do. Shall we have a little... Suzie, will you please educate me, educate a nation?
I will try.
How do we use it?
I will try. So I want to start with the cutting bit because I couldn't get over the cutting bit because normally when you do this, as you said, we foundation paper piece, so we're fiddling around with paper and everything.
Yep.
All of this block comes together from squares and rectangles.
Love
and
it.
if you've got half meters or fat quarters, it doesn't mean you can't do this block. It's so easy to do with just strips. The instruction leaflet gives you absolutely everything you need to know. Should you lose it, don't panic, because once again, Creative Grids have done it. They've put it all on the ruler.
Oh, amazing.
So if you lose your bit of paper, it's not the end of the world. Of course, there is the QR code to scan, which takes you to a demo. And then on the websites, you can download another copy of the leaflet should you need it.
Fantastic.
So we're
Oh my goodness, sorry to just butt
no.
in there, but I've just seen the stock and literally in the 60 seconds, like 60 rulers had sold, which means we really are in the danger zone right now. Oversubscribed. Right, sorry, Susan. Hello.
That's fine.
Who was that?
Not me, guilty.
Becky.
So we're going to start by cutting ourselves a 6-inch strip. I'm using the Creative Grids 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler, which if you haven't invested into Creative Grids rulers, or you're new to quilting, even new to any form of patchwork or sewing where you're using squares and specific measurements, this is the ruler I would recommend as a start point because it's a real go-to, isn't it? It's a good size to handle. You're not constantly lining the middle of your waist with a long ruler, and it'll stretch across a fat quarter and a folded half metre. So definitely go for that one. So I've pressed this. I've best pressed all my fabric. For anyone who doesn't know what best press is, it's a fabric stabiliser that just helps hold those warp and weft threads that are within the fabric aligned so that when you're cutting straight or bias, you get nice, neat cuts with good pressing ability afterwards. It makes your seams really...
So highly recommended.
Yeah, I mean, I think they think I drink it here, the amount I go through. I don't,
But not
I
essential
promise.
to use the ruler, but recommended.
Recommended because we are going to bias cut one of these in a minute. So the first thing I'm going to do is, because I'm right-handed, I've got my ruler on my left-hand side. My raw edge of my fabric is on the right overhanging. I'm making sure I've lined up a horizontal line across the fold, and I'm just going to cut with my rotary cutter, she says. Perhaps I should have had cake. There you go. Take that bit away. So now I know I've got a nice, neat, straight edge. I'm going to turn the fabric over.
If you've got a rotary match, of course, you can swizzle it round. And now I want a 6-inch piece. So I'm now going to move my ruler again so that the 6-inch vertical line runs along that neat line we've just cut, and a horizontal line is still running on that fold. Don't use the selvage to line up with, because the selvage is not going to be your straightest part of your fabric, is it? So then I need to do my 7-inch block. I will need, and it tells you in here, you need 2 light, 2 dark. So remember, this is the piece that will form the big triangles in the corner of your block.
So if I show you on the block here, so it's these
bit
bits
here. There. So think about what colours you want those to be. If you want that star to look like it's bursting, they'll be the same colours throughout. If you want those to disappear into the background, then you use a lighter colour.
Yep.
So I want two 6-inch squares, which is really easy to cut because my strip we know is 6 inches. I don't know why I unfolded it, but we'll refold. Obviously, I don't want the selvage in here.
I love that the measurements are all nice, easy measurements
It's just,
too.
yeah, there's no silly. The silliest one is a 1/4. I think I can cope with that.
I can cope with a 1/4
Yeah.
inch.
So
Well, can we pop the details of the Hunter Star ruler? I just want to see if we've got any left.
So I'm just cutting my 6-inch. So there's my 2 6-inch light ones. The next ones we need are 8, 2 1/4 by 5 1/2. And if I read along, it's 5 1/2 all the way through. So what I'm now going to do is refold this and align those edges so that they're straight, and recut my strip to 5 1/2. And that way I can quickly cut all my remaining pieces I need, because all I do now is unfold it, and I'm cutting 2 1/4. So make sure you're aware which way round your ruler is. It's the 2 lines after the 2-inch line is 2 1/4. So line up your top and bottom edges straight, and then you can just start cutting down. Of course, you can do this with your stripology as well if you've got a stripology.
I love that you're showing us the basics here, though, because rotary cutting is so often just assumed. Rotary cutting, and actually it's so fundamental, and a lot of people struggle with it.
And are really scared of it.
Yeah.
My suggestion, if you're not confident with cutting, is get an old bed sheet or just something that you're not worried about.
Yeah.
Not Liberty or Tilda.
Oh, not Liberty.
Okay.
Certainly not Tilda.
Find something that you're not worried about and just practice.
Yeah.
Write yourself a tick chart and do like a 1 inch, a 2 inch, a 3 inch, 2 1/2. The ones that you routinely use, and just cut.
Yeah.
Keep cutting. Make sure you've got a new blade in your rotary cutter as well. So you're going to carry on like that. And I need a total of 12 of these to do my star, and then I'm going to repeat that process with the darks. So it's not different from each.
Is that it?
That is
cutting?
it. That is it.
So when you said squares and rectangles, you really meant it.
Yeah, that is
Love
it.
that. Now I need to let you know I've got 30 rulers left, which sounds like loads, doesn't it? It is a tiny proportion.
What is it?
30 left.
Tiny.
Tiny.
Why do you always do that?
And there's nearly 60 of you with it in your basket. So this is that really dangerous time now when you could easily miss out. I'm down to under 25 rulers left now, and still got about 60 in basket. So do please check out. Lots of people joining the party, getting on board with their Hunter Star. Remember, we're looking at the Creative Grids Hunter Star trim tool, which makes this fabulous classic in 3 different sizes. Normally you'd have to use tricky templates or foundation paper piecing. None of that. Strips, squares, easy peasy.
It is. So we take our rectangles, and what we're going to do is cut our stars to start with. And to do that, we're going to, the points of the stars. So these are the, those bits.
It's a bit in the centre.
Yeah. So you're going to take 2 of your rectangles and you want them to be either wrong sides together or right sides together. It doesn't matter which, but keep them in pairs in opposite ways, because you're then going to line them up. Now I've cut this as the middle size. So on the ruler, I'm following the markings for B, which is the middle size, ABC. So I'm lining up the white dotted line, I don't know if you can pick it up, across the corner of my rectangle. There's don't try and line it up with any lines this side, because it's not going to happen. It's this edge you're looking at. And what we need to do is to make sure this is straight. Now this is a great test for whether you've cut straight. If you haven't, nothing's going to line up. And then all I'm going to do is take off that triangle like that. Now I know that you're the same as me. You would probably stitch that as
I'd
the
whiz
halves.
that through the machine
Yeah.
while I was there.
Exactly, but most people wouldn't. But yeah, Stuart and I would.
Look away.
Yeah.
Look away.
So we've done that with the dark one, so I'm now going to repeat it with the light one. So this happens to be a plane, so I don't need to worry about aligning them wrong or right sides together. They are the same whatever I do.
Oh, we're down literally to the last 7.
So the next bit we're going to do is cut what they call the trapezoids. Now these form these extensions. That's it.
Yeah.
You're a very good assistant.
Thank you. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Do you know, I always think, if it helps, I always think of this almost like it looks like a tropical fish with the body and the tail.
Yeah. A koi, yeah.
I, in fact, I've seen
Yes,
Hunter
you
Stars
can
where
do
they've
that.
done a button and a or a little bit of embroidery.
You can do the most amazing, or big arrows as well.
Yeah.
If you bring in 2 of the sections. So for the trapezoids, you want your fabric. They don't put them right and wrong way. Have them all not stacked too many at once, because you want this to be accurate. So I keep them in pairs. Again, you're going to line up that corner and the white dotted edge with the size you're using. So in this case, it's B. And I'm going to cut that corner off. Now, if you're left-handed, don't panic, because they've thought of that. You've got a left-handed ruler as well, because you've got the left-hand slant.
Oh, fab.
I know. So
Just need to
clever.
say, Suzie, the ruler has now sold out. Well done if you got yours. We will try and get it back in again as soon as we can. But well done if you got yours. That's enough of that. But carry on.
Am I allowed to carry on?
Of course you can. No, stop the demo.
All right, can I go home? Can I go?
No, you can't.
So all I've done is flip my fabric. So I've still got the angle going up away from me. Realign that bottom edge and the corner as we did before. And I'm going to cut away that 3rd corner. So for the fabric savers in this world, we're getting quite a stash of little triangles we can use. And if you mix and match them, you get half square triangles. So we've got our trapezoids. Now we're going to put it together. This is where the fun bit really comes into its own. So you're going to always put opposite colours with each other. So lights with light, dark with dark. And because of our Creative Grid friends' clever little bit of design, all those niggly bits, when you do half square triangles, you get those little ends.
Little dog ears.
That you really are annoying.
Yeah.
You don't get that because look, you've got.
They're already trimmed.
Now, one tip I can give you, which is one that Deb Heatherly, who designed the ruler, gives, is you can use a fabric glue pen at this point, but go really sparingly and make sure it's within the seam allowance.
Okay.
Don't go putting glue everywhere, because you'll see it until you wash it. So you can either run it, and I mean right on the edge, within that 1/4 inch seam, but it will be enough just to align the fabrics right sides together, and they will hold. You don't have to pin.
You don't have to pin. Yeah.
You don't have to pin.
Yeah.
If you want to pin, of course, you can definitely pin. So
I love how everything just lines up.
I know. You haven't got to work out middles or anything. It's absolutely brilliant. So this one I shall pin.
Okay. If you want the rotary cutter that Susie's using, by the way, we've got the Alpha rotary cutter. 45mm, beautiful sharp blade, brand new, of course. 1999. Any 45mm blade will fit this. But it's a really lovely design, and Alpha is one of the best in the market, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a nice ergonomic handle, and it's got a grip strip on either side. So if you're left and right-handed, it's really good for that. It's got that safety cover as well, so it's if you remember to put your blade away when you finish cutting.
I'm obsessed with doing that.
I just get messages from my husband saying,
Do you?
rotary blade.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's a good one. And the other thing that I like, which is a really little detail, because it's got this hole in the end of the handle, if you've got one of those tool boards, you can hang it on a hook out of the way. So if you've got little people that walk through your work area who might like to touch things, you can hang them really high so they can't get near them. So I'm just lined those up, and now we're going to take them to the sewing machine. And what you want to do is make sure your machine is set up for a 1/4 inch seam. So have a practice if you're not sure about your 1/4 inch. I've deliberately put in black thread so you can see what's going on.
Okay, great. And that 1/4 inch seam, are we aiming for accuracy here?
Yes.
Or we are?
If you want to be as accurate as you possibly can be.
Okay.
But we're not going to lose sleep if it's not 100%.
Okay. And we don't need to do a scant 1/4 inch.
No, I would definitely do a true 1/4 here. And I use the default setting for the piecing, which on the Elners is 1.8.
Yes.
But use whatever you're comfortable doing. And why aren't we working? That'll be why. And because of the angles and because we've pinned in advance, you can chain piece. So that
Chain piecing going on there. Yeah?
There is, yeah. But you don't have to do this, of course. It's such a nice process that it's actually quite nice to just run it through.
Do you recommend making one block?
Yes, always.
First?
Yeah. Especially with anything new, be it a quilt pattern, a new ruler, I would always just do a practice, and I keep that finished practice in a bag with the ruler.
Yes.
So I've got a reminder of what's what, and I always write the size I've used on there, and often I write little notes on the instructions if there's any tips or hints in the video extra to the notes, so that I've got that reference every time I use the ruler.
Yeah, it's a great tip.
Because we do so many things in our lives and you forget, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, the cake I bought this morning, I don't know how many hundreds of those I've made in the last 20 years, and yet I completely had a blank over the recipe, so I had to look it up. It's crazy, isn't it?
The things you remember and the things you forget.
Yeah. It's the first time I've not remembered it. I had to look it up. So this is what we're left with. And now we're going to press. Now you're going to press these with the short edge towards you, and then press all the seams to the left.
Okay.
For every single strip.
Okay.
So
these pressing instructions
are all on the leaflet.
Great.
And they are visual as well as words.
Lovely.
So if you like a picture, you've got it there.
Yeah.
So same with both colours, it doesn't matter what colour, just have the short edge towards you. And then you can press. And I always press from both sides because I just think it gives a much nicer finish.
For sure.
So now we're going to take our other pieces, which have completely disappeared. Where have they gone? There they are. Squares we're up to now. So we start with squares, but we're going to cut these into triangles. So you can use the edge of your Hunter's Star ruler because it's big enough to do this whichever of the 3 sizes you choose to do.
Fab.
So you're going to take your squares and you're going to cut one diagonal line across them. So if you're stacking them, do make sure they are lined up exactly. And then you can, and what's clever is you've still got the 45-degree lines, so you can line your 45 up with the edge of your fabric and know that when you're cutting, why isn't that one lining up? Sorry.
Creative Grids really think
They just think it through.
everything.
Yeah, the ladies who are the quilters behind the thoughts for these rulers really do test the designers to the absolute nth degree. You know, where they say, right, I also want this to happen and that to happen. Remember, you've still got all those non-slip spots as well. So we've got our 2 triangles. Now this is the bit that's important. We press with it with the short side down, but now we want the short side at the top. So think Christmas tree at this point.
Yeah.
And you're going to find the middles. Now the easiest way to do that is to fold, but don't look at the end. Make sure you're aligning this seam in the middle here and just finger press those right sides together.
Okay.
Pick up your triangle, and on the long side, if you fold that wrong sides together, you'll get an indent and a outward bump with finger press that will easily nestle into each other.
Got you.
And then you can line that up.
So we want like against like this time.
Yeah, we're doing continuing that middle one being the same. If you do it the opposite way, which is what I did yesterday without really thinking, because I was just doing an extra one in a different fabric and didn't really think about what I was doing. And then when I finished, I put the 4 together and I thought, well, that doesn't look a bit like a Hunter's Star. What have I done? And it took me ages to realise where I'd gone wrong.
Right.
But that, because this has broken everything down into its individual components, it makes playing with the design so much easier and more fun.
Yeah.
Much more fun. So I'm just finding the middle of each of those and pinning as I go, so that when I then come to sew, I've put my pins out of the seam allowance as well, so I haven't got to worry about pin removal. And then we've got 2 more to do. And
So you work on 4 units.
you're doing
at once.
4 units at once, which
Yeah.
will give you your complete Hunter's Star when you've finished.
But you could be using all sorts of different background fabrics,
Yeah.
all sorts of different mediums, all sorts of different
Yep.
darks.
Absolutely. Yep. It's such, once you know how it works, which is why I think what I would do is make it, but I'd have each of the components in a different colour. So I'd choose, say I chose reds. I'd have dark reds in 3 tones of dark red, or you know, just do all reds. And then for my lights, I'd do, say, all pinks.
Lovely.
And then I would know at the end how each of those comes together.
Yeah.
And I could then change things as I wanted and play around with the design a bit more.
Yeah. I think definitely once you've got if it's easy piecing and you understand
Yeah.
that process, then actually the playing with fabric, which is that's why we really do it,
Yeah.
comes to the forefront, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But it also stimulates your imagination and your creativity, doesn't it? If you can see how something works, it makes it much easier to then create beyond what you see
100%.
on the instructions.
100%. We've had a fabulous photograph sent in from Carol who has made a hunter star. This is a bit of me, Carol.
Look at that.
That is a bit of me.
That is stunning. I
Oh,
love the colour schemes.
Amazing.
Oh, and they
That's absolutely stunning.
Lovely
Really gorgeous.
combo
Thanks for
with
sending that in, Carol. It's wonderful. Love the
churn dash
churn
border.
dash. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely stunning. That is.
Beautiful. While you're sewing those,
Yes.
Susie, I'm just going to show the fabric bundles that we've got. If you want to reproduce, great place to start. Make yourself a cushion or two using a fabric pack. Sort of get an idea of the process before you launch into a quilt. So here's the bundle. This is the one that Susie used for her sample. So you've got that beautiful grey-toned print there. That is absolutely gorgeous. You've got your little cross-stitch hearts, the black and white stripe. Absolutely amazing, so useful for everything, piping, bindings, beautiful. And then you've got your solid white as well. Amazing, 2 meters there for £22.99. We've called that monochromatic. 2 meters and absolutely brilliant to put with your Hunter Star ruler. No pattern, remember, it's just the fabric, but a beautiful little bundle that. Great stash builder, actually. Great stash builder. Those stripes, very covetable. Love it. Right, that's one of the bundles we've got. Susie's using the lovely mustardy yellows, and there's also a nice little bit of duck egg blue in there as well. Here we go, look. So you've got this gorgeous soft buttercup print. You've got a beautiful solid there for contrast. I think Hunter Star really relies on contrast, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. You need different tones. And
Yep. Some light, some dark, maybe some mediums. That's why it's such a good quilt for scraps.
Yeah, or layer cakes.
Oh,
or
yes.
10-inch, charm packs.
Great. We've got some coming up later, actually. Just a thought. That's that one again, £24.99 for 2 meters of fabric. Beautiful. And then the final bundle I've got. Oh, this is gorgeous. So £17.99, you've got that fabulous focus print, beautiful, and then you've got your solid black, your solid magenta pink, and your solid white, so you get that real sharp contrast. Now remember, with your Hunter Star ruler, you're going to get these amazing points, and nothing shows off sharp points like a solid will. Amazing. Gorgeous, £17.99, that's our best price, amazing. Right, Susie, where are you up to?
So I've stitched them all just along the edge of the large triangle. You don't need to go all the way to the end. And then what you're going to do is press that seam open.
Open, right.
Yep. And don't worry too much about the overhang because actually we end up chopping that off. So it's
Okay,
not
we're going
the
to
end of
trim
the
it.
world. Yeah. So I'll do 2 different ones. I've already set the seams on these, so I can just press them open. But you can see why best pressing your fabric first before you even begin the cutting makes a nice difference to your press result.
So you haven't resprayed the fabric?
Haven't
This is just what's in the fabric?
This is literally what happened quite a while ago when I did this.
Yeah.
So you're going to take 2 opposites and they're going to come together like this. So at this point, I would just put them right sides together and I would concentrate on making sure that those seams nestle together really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And because we pressed everything originally, do you remember we pressed everything to the left?
Yes.
That means that now one is going left and one is going right because they're on top of each other in reverse.
God,
So
I
clever.
sort of understand the logistics of that.
Whereas normally you'd probably press everything open just to make sure.
Yeah.
Whereas this, it's just taken away the bulk. It's given you an easy way to line everything up because you've got that little ridge there, if you like. So it makes the whole process so much easier.
So they're the points that you're going to pin first?
They're the
your
bits
match
that I match up first with my pins. And then you can either pin or clip at the other ends if you want to, or wing it as you sew. and we're going to do a 1/4 inch seam. Removing our pins as we get there.
Magic pins, Susie?
Indeed,
Of
of
course.
course.
Oh, I've fallen
Susie's in
love
the
with
house, the
these.
magic pins come out, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got my magic pins now in my studio.
You see?
And it's so funny, Susie, because I've never been particularly precious about
know.
it. If I drop one, I'm straight down on the floor picking it up,
Yeah.
back in the box.
Yeah.
I've never been so precious about pins, but they are fabulous. These are the Taylor Seville quilting pins. These are the blue tips.
Yeah, they're
And they're
quilting
silicone. Do you know, it's come into its own just recently. I'm working on a particular pattern series where
Yeah.
I need to be able to iron on top of pins.
Yeah.
So the pins are holding things in place and they need to stay. And literally, I can go straight on
Yeah.
and I can iron into place on top of the pins because
without
it's
worrying.
silicone.
Yeah, yeah. They are just a phenomenal pin. I know they are a bit more money than a normal, the normal pins we have.
Yep.
But quality-wise,
Oh.
the points are
Every penny.
phenomenal. Yeah, but like you, I found one as I was putting my shoes away yesterday. Obviously where it was my slippers. I obviously had dropped one in my workroom yesterday onto my slipper and hadn't realised. And when I was putting my slippers away last night, I found a pin on them. I was like, not losing that. So it's like got pride of place on your dressing table till the next morning to go and put it away because, yeah, they are just so good. And because they're got a long shaft bit to them, you can still go through quilt layers, and when you're bag making, you can get into all those nooks and crannies.
They are super useful.
Yeah.
Actually, truth be told, these ones, the blue, sold out yesterday, but we have got the patchwork pins.
Which ones
Are they
those?
shorter? The fine patchwork.
What colour
colour?
are they, Jen?
Like a teal? I don't know. Can you put them on screen and we can see them? Look at Susie's. Look, this is my special bag for my pens.
How sad am I? Look.
It's not. It's just we geek about these things because they are fabulous.
Not that I've got them all. These ones. Here we go. I knew I'd got some. These little ones.
Kind of a greeny colour.
Yeah, these
Yes,
ones.
these
These are
ones.
really cool. So they've still got the same silicone tops. They're still heat resistant, but they've got a slightly shorter shaft on them, but much finer, incredibly fine. So for English paper piecing, and I do use these for applique. There are applique ones as well, but I do love these from applique.
Yeah.
Applique are even smaller. I know you do these when you've got them in stock. If I show you.
So the ones on screen are the green ones.
Yeah.
Still perfect for this. Great for pinning
These
your patchwork
ones.
together.
There you go.
Yeah. Fab. Thank you.
You're very welcome. It is when you start
Love our
getting.
pens.
We do. As you can see, I really love. And so sad. Look, I label the backs to say what they are.
Yeah. Lucy from Lincolnshire's got in touch to say, hilarious, Stuart. I took drop to my knees if I drop a magic pen.
Yeah.
Yes,
I know.
absolutely. I do. I'm straight down picking them up. Whereas in the past, I would just leave them like, oh, well, I'll pick them up at some point.
Oh, you
now
need
it's
them.
back in.
Yeah. Right, I'm just quickly doing the other one because then we can put the four together. But I do love the fact that when you drop, accidentally, of course, a magic pin box or few, they land point into your carpet.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Which is very useful when you are in bare feet at this time of year.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. If you don't find them, your feet will.
Yes.
So
Right,
do we
so-
trim these units at this point or when we've put them all together?
We're going to press first.
Okay.
So we're going to press that last seam open as we've pressed the previous one. And that will mean that every piece of this will then lie really flat underneath our ruler, which is what we're looking for. So I'll just press that last one and we can trim everything, and then we've got our 4 made and we can bring them all together. I can show you how they all come together. Obviously you would normally use a thread that coordinates with your
And it's been super
fabric.
useful to be able to
Well,
see
that's-
exactly where
yeah,
you're sewing.
I know it's much as I'm looking at this going, it's really important that you see what's going on. So we take our unit, and this time we're going to be using the end of the square end of the ruler. Now you've got a diagonal line, 45 degree, that's a solid line, and it's got your A, B and C markings on there. And this is a really good check to see whether you've put it together correctly, because if, when you do this, your A's and B's aren't lining up where they should do, it's because you might be slightly too wide on your 1/4 inch or too narrow.
Okay.
So you can adjust. However, it's not the end of the world if it isn't completely lined up, as long as you've got that diagonal running on that middle seam. And when you position, you know that you are positioning these 2 markings centrally in that. It's not quite a square because we've got corners chopped off.
Yeah.
But you can eyeball it to be the same.
No, I can totally see that.
and
that just makes it, and then we can trimming the edges off. And
Absolutely.
Oh,
All we're
that's so
doing now
clever. It's so
is
clever.
doing that side and along the top. Just make sure you've got that little dog ear. Then flipping it to the other side. And this time we've got a nice line-up line for B here. And it's got 7-inch marking here, so we know we're on the right one. We line up those white check lines. We've still got our 45 running through. Our B's lined up as well. We've ticked all the boxes, so we can trim that one. And that's your waist, which I don't know about you, Stuart, but that's a lot less waste than I get when I foundation paper pinch this.
Absolutely, absolutely. And my favourite phrase is, it's the cost of doing business. That little bit of extra that you trim off is worth it to get those incredible points.
For accuracy, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, you're never going to, if you skimp on fabric, you're never going to get it as accurate as you would be happy with. So I'll just do this last one. And
Sandra's emailed in, by the way. We can't show the message, it won't show on the screen, but she said she's looking forward to meeting us both at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, yeah.
Meeting you too, Sandra.
You know, that is coming round so quickly.
I know.
Where is this year going?
Don't ask. Don't ask.
I'm sure I'm in an accelerated time warp at the moment.
Are you at Festival of Quilts
I
every
am.
day?
Every single day.
Where will we find you hanging out?
I will be on the Janome stand every day.
Are you wearing your beautiful pink jacket?
Yeah, so I'm really hoping it's going to be very cold.
It'll be cold in the NEC, yeah. They'll have,
yeah, but let's face it, I'm always cold, aren't I? So we've got 4 units made. And all you have to do now is just put everything in alternate colours, which will give you your finished star.
Oh, look.
So as long as no colours are the same that are touching, you know you're right. How clever is that? And then all I've got to do is join those right sides together, join these right sides together, press my seams open, and then join the 2 sets together.
Delicious. And not only do you have that star in the centre, you've got your 4 quarter stars.
Yeah.
So it just, da-da-da-da-da-da.
You can just expand it, keep going. It would just, I love it.
How easy was that?
I know. Yeah.
No templates.
No printing
No
needed.
foundation piecing.
Yeah. Yeah. Love
Not
it.
even any hard maths.
No, and no silly cuts with rulers.
Yeah.
I know we shouldn't say silly cuts, but when I get a
I
pattern,
know
it
what you
says
mean.
3/8 of an inch. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Why don't you just say 1/2 inch?
Now, you've added little prairie points
I
around the
have.
outside edge. Will you just give us a quick, how do we do that?
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. So
That'd be
prairie
lovely.
point is super, super easy. But again, breast press is your best friend. So I'm going to move the ironing board over. You want squares, and there is a formula where you can calculate the size of square for a finished size of prairie point. It's a bit of a algebraic formula.
Ooh,
so if
I don't
anyone
like it
wants
already.
it, just message me on Facebook and I'll send it to you. I'll just use the 6-inch square we had before, just for demo.
Yep.
Now, when I do prairie points, although I've best pressed my fabric before I've started, I do like to give it another spritz. And it's literally a spritz. And by the time I've put the lid back on, put my bottle away, that's given it time to soak in. If I'm doing a bigger piece of fabric, I will give it a bit longer to do. What I tend to do is line them all up, spritz them, go and set the ironing board up in the iron, and by then everything's very relaxed and ready to be pressed.
Okay.
Unlike me. So we're going to give this a good press so we know we've got a nice crisp edge. So it's white fabric on this, it's not very helpful.
Sorry, we can see it perfectly well.
And then we're going to make sure we line up. Now, if you line up your points, you're folding diagonally, hold that point with your finger and bring your other finger down and track out. You're not going to disrupt the bias in the fabric too much and get a wonky square, or triangle in this case. And press one side and then the other. Don't try and press it, because if you do this, you end up with points going all over the place. And hold it there for a few seconds. If you've got one of those quilters clappers, they call them, don't they? The wooden blocks.
Yes.
Put that on the top just to hold the seam.
You want this really crisp.
Absolutely. And then you're going to repeat that process. You're going to bring one of those points up to meet the other. And again, make sure that you're pushing out to give yourself a really neat. It seems like it's going to take a long time to do them. And I've done this on a quilt, so there were a lot of them. But you get quicker at it. I just slowed it down for demo.
But it's it's another way of including more scraps in Scrappy Quilt, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So you're then going to, if I very quickly do this one, I can show you how I interlock them as well. So again. Just watch though, if you're doing a lot, I will say your ironing surface will get very hot. So just watch the ends of your fingers and move round your mat. Don't do it all in one place.
That's a very, very good tip. I was doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
A couple of days
ago.
yeah.
Warm.
One little spot and it was like, ow!
Yeah. Right, so I'll just move this out the way now. So when you come to put them around the edge, you're going to tuck them one inside another. And how much you tuck them is up to you. So you can go really tucked in so you get little mountains, or you can go for the Alps and go really wide. And it's that makes the difference as to how many you're going to need.
So that makes it really easy to get them to fit a particular cushion or whatever quilt.
And once you've got them in position, again, get your glue stick, just put a little bit of glue stick on there, fabric glue, and it holds them. You can do a tacking basting stitch to hold a whole run if you're going to do like the end of a cushion. And then you just position that. If this was the raw edge of my cushion, here, perfect, thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. I can position that raw edges together on my cushion edge or whatever it is I'm doing. I then put the backings over the top, or you can then run a stitch within the seam allowance, so 1/8 of an inch along, holding those before you put whatever it is you're going to put over the top. And then when you turn that seam through, these pop up.
Lovely. And you can use any size square, right?
Absolutely, any size. Obviously, the bigger the square, the bigger the point you're going to get, and the wider the triangle.
It's a really fun finish, isn't it?
It just makes it, follows the star pattern that you're going to do. And prairie points, I just think are great fun. Even in the middle of a seam on a bag side, they're good fun
Yeah,
to have.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing that. That was a
That's
nice little
all right.
extra. Lynn's got in touch from Greater Manchester. It's like a glove puppet now. What did she say? Well, she said, thank you, Susie. Wonderful demo. I've ordered the ruler. Can't wait for it to arrive. And we'll re-watch the video. Thank
Brilliant. Well, enjoy, Lynn. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Fun.
Absolutely fantastic hour. Thank you. I am just going to mention very quickly before we go, but we'll run the graphics during the break. We've got some fabulous continuous zips in the hour. And in fact, can we just show the black, please? Brilliant. So you get 5 meters of zip. Susie, I need you.
Ooh.
Come and grab the end. This is
Wow.
what 5 meters of zip. Keep coming. I'm reeling you in. That's what 5.
That's a lot of zip.
A lot of zip. 5 meters and 10 matching pulls. This is number 5 zip for £12.49.
You could put a zip at the end of your duvet cover.
Yeah, you could.
Because
you
that's
absolutely
long
could.
enough, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And we've got it in black, we've got a cream, and we've got a grey. So really good neutrals.
Yeah.
Have a look on the website. I think that's a brilliant thing. We just didn't have time. I think it was much more important to see all of the demos.
Yeah. Oh, I love a
learn the
continuous zip
method.
though.
But yeah,
Because then you've got exactly what you need.
good stuff, isn't it?
No waste.
Now, Susie, as
Yes.
if that hour wasn't enough,
Yeah,
you
you've got
are
to put
coming
up with me
back
again.
turbo style.
I am. I'm going revving up.
Revving up the gears. The Turo Four Patch ruler.
I know.
From Creative Grid.
Yeah.
It is genius. I think you'll love it. Susie, thanks for that.
Another scrap buster as
Yes,
well,
yes.
which is really fun on. Yeah.
We're going to have no scraps left. Can you imagine? Well, don't worry, because we've
that
got
a dream?
plenty more fabric. We've got plenty more fabric. Join me after the break, where I am launching Tim Holt's new colourway for his fabulous palette range. Today, we are doing teal. It is an absolute stunner and some brand new prints in there. Don't go anywhere. See you after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello, you. Are you ready? We've got the next month's palette colour from Tim Holtz. It is teal. Now, before I show this to you, I just want to really quickly mention this quilt kit behind me because I have got one left. Have a look for it on the website. I'm not going to show you the details now, but I've got one kit left. We'll go to it if we have it left when we get there. But if you're loving this quilt, I just wanted to give you a quick heads up. Right, let's launch into this brand new collection from Tim Holtz. Loads of you have already got yours. This month it is teal. This teal is so beautiful. It's not duck egg, it's not green, it's that fabulous tealy shade. The butterflies are so beautiful, and this is giving me all kinds of ideas. The prints in this collection are absolutely beautiful. You've got 10 different fabrics, 1/2 metre of each. Look at this one. How stunning. And you're also going to make a saving. It should be £89.90, but you're getting a special price today because it's launch and because it's what we do, £80.91. You've got the little tickets there. Everyone that checked out their basket earlier on, by the way, you're paying £80.91 too. We haven't forgotten about you. How gorgeous is this? Absolutely stunning. You got this one, which is almost like swirling potion or malachite. And then this fabulous kind of brocade design. Now, every single fabric in the palette collection, every single colourway rather, has got the stamps in one form or another. I love that because I'm collecting the stamps each month. I just think it's gorgeous. You've got the tickets. Also in every colourway, there is a fabric which is like a sort of collage with photographs, but they are different in the different colourways, different photographs, different images. So you've got a real range. I mean, so beautiful. 10 1/2 metres, 1/2 metre of every fabric from this brand new colourway from Tim Holtz. I'm going to go to the butterflies. £8.09 per 1/2 metre within the bundle. That's because you are saving the price of 1/2 metre. How beautiful is that? Now, I said earlier on that this fabric in particular was giving me an idea. And the idea that it's giving me is, you know, for my coordinating colours, what am I going to put? My accent colour or my balancing colour? And actually what I'm going to do with the teal is I'm going to bring in the orange palette, because orange and teal together work absolutely beautifully. So if I get just a little bit of this here and slide it in, you can see how that is bringing out these bronzy tones. Just beautiful. Now, I've got the orange fabrics by the 1/2 metre, so I'll show you those shortly. But how fabulous is that? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, a ton of my stock has already been checked out. This is going to sell out, so I would urge you to check out your basket quickly on this one. If you want to get the 1/2 metre for free and you want all 10 fabrics. Remember, with these palette fabrics, even though they are a palette, they still follow that rather annoying one and done format. So as incredibly useful and classic as these fabrics are, we may only see them once or twice before they've completely sold out. So don't delay. If you absolutely love a particular colourway or you're collecting these palettes, which is what I'm doing, make sure you grab your teal today. So many beautiful prints here. These the Tim Holtz map fabric, I just want them all. Just fabulous. How cool is that? How cool is that? I've used Tim Holtz map backing fabric, extra wide backing fabric, many times in my quilts. Really love the stamps as well. I'm down to teens on this bundle now. I mean, how gorgeous is that? Absolutely stunning. One of the things for me about Tim Holtz fabrics is the multi-dimensional way that he layers colour. Of course, he comes from a paper crafting and mixed media background. He does very iconic alcohol inks and blending inks, and you see that in these digital prints. They are digitally printed, so the colour range on each fabric is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. The number of tones, they feel so silky, beautiful quality. And you can see here as well, just the visual interest in all the fabrics. I don't know about you, I love fabric with words on it. I love to sit and read my fabric, luggage in advance. Just gorgeous, aren't they? And non-gendered as well, for the most part. You don't see many florals in Tim Holtz. He does occasionally, and I'm there for them. But if you're making quilts, I think particularly where you don't want a flowery look, a floral look, or a very kind of overtly feminine look, they are super useful as well. This is a really cool print. It's almost plaid-like, isn't it? Yeah. The palette fabrics are gorgeous. Kate, I'm so with you. I'm collecting the stamp and the map fabrics. My late dad was an avid map collector. That's cool. I like that. I like that. I had a friend many years ago who was a pictorial cartographer. So he did maps that had little picture painted all over them. Beautiful. Works of art, aren't they? Absolutely brilliant. That's gorgeous. Right, let's do them by the half metre. Last few chances on the bundle, by the way. Don't miss out, will you? I'm going to grab the stamp fabric as the first one, because this is the one we're all collecting. The stamps and the maps. It's so useful, though. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, now, I've only got 3.5 metres of this left, and I don't know if we're getting it back in. To be fair, I'm being told probably not. So 3.5 metres left. Fabulous for a shirt. You could make a rather gorgeous laptop bag using this. Yeah, everything's in baskets. I'm going to move on because that's going to go. Just do remember to check out your basket quickly, won't you? I'm going to do the maps next because Kate and I are both collecting the stamps and the maps. Now this one, let me see if I can identify. I could do with my native lighting here because the writing is small. I think possibly not. Can you spot where it is? If you can at home, if anybody recognizes this. To me, it looks like an octopus. Yeah, or a giant squid. I've got 2.5 metres left of this. Kate, did you buy it all? How much are you collecting? There's 10 of you with it in your baskets, so if you all want 1/2 metre, fine, fair enough. But if not, let's do the butterflies next, because this is one of those. I have not seen this print before. I think a pinboard would look amazing in this. You know, kind of hardboard, cover it with foam or thick polyester wadding, fabric over this, and then ribbon and pins at the joint. Yeah, there's 1/2 metre left. Yeah, that one's gone now. Well done if you got that. Right, the large labels. I'll give you a code if you need it. Ending 18. Ending 18, there we go. Again, bag makers, do I even need to say it? Perfect. Weekend bag, your little luggage set. For the lining or for the outer, beautiful. I revealed this week my brand new book is called Use Scraps, Sew Fabric, Make 100 Bags. Hello. Ah, perfect, yeah. Travel bags. 3.5 meters of that left. I know, I'm sorry. I hate saying that there isn't much, but you're loving it. You're loving it. Right, the photo collage. Now, a border on a quilt, feature blocks, the backing of something. But equally, you could fussy cut the little bird, the photographs, if you do mixed media. If you're a fan of Janie's Originals, she transfers a lot of photographs to fabric. This is already done for you. I think this would be lovely to create book jackets and book covers, album covers, things like that, memories. You know, or a bookmark. Yeah, you could literally cut a strip of that, little handmade tassel at the bottom. There's 4 meters of this one left. So again, I'm going to move on. It's all in baskets. Next up, this fabulous sort of brocade. Now, when Tim does, this isn't floral as such, but you get the gist. When he does this kind of floral, he multi-layers aged, distressed, kind of on top of what is essentially a sort of classic fabric. I think it's ever so clever. It's called this wallpaper. And do you see that sort of, it looks almost like a scrap that was found in an abandoned house or something like that. His fabrics feel like they've got history in them. And I think that's the thing that's so appealing about them. But it could be any of our histories. 4.5 meters of that one left. I think that would be rather nice for dressmaking too, don't you? Yeah, a few of you multi-buying, similar idea maybe? You're thinking maybe a shirt, a dress. This is stunning. Now, if you fell in love, as I did, with Alchemy, Tim's amazing range called Alchemy, they were all of this sort in different colours. I've only got 2 meters of this left. Isn't this flash of sort of sulphur yellow amazing? That has sold out. That has sold out. Well done if you got that. Next up, I'm going to use the darkest teal from the collection. Now, this would lend itself extremely well to things like sashings, bindings, borders, because you've got those sort of natural fold lines there. So you could create such a smart border, even if you were going kind of halfway along, like so. Lots and lots of different ways that you could use this fabric. Cutting out repeats that you then stitch together. I mean, quarter square triangles done in this and sewn back together. You could create so many clever effects with this, but also just great as a binding, border, sashing fabric. A message? Yes, this depresses me, actually. I'm sad about this. But Tim Holtz has announced that he's not designing anything in the future. He's given up. He's concentrating on teaching. So, as Tracy in Davenham says, stash up, Holtz fans. Yeah, it's kind of sad, but it's true. It's true. Right, get it while you can. Next one is this gorgeous little vine print. But again, do you see, when Tim does anything floral, it is aged, it is distressed, it has that sort of marks of time on it. And you can see there, I wasn't talking about you, Bruce. Aged and marked with time, distressed. I've only got 4 meters of that one. If you love things like your Civil War repro or your repro fabrics, if you're a fan of Joe Morton, Edita Sitar, Kansas Troubles, anything like that, perfect. Country style. You know I love country style. Tim ticks so many boxes. Last one of my absolute favourites is those little ticket stubs. I can remember, no one here is old enough to remember, but I remember when you got these to go into the cinema. And you had your little paper ticket that came off a reel, and you took it in, and the usherette tore it in half. 1.5 metres of this one left. Panda Pops, trays of ice cream. Yes, please. Oh, Panda Pops. Love a Panda Pop. Now, I'm just going to bring the mega bundle back into play. Okay. Everything is in baskets now that's left. I've got 10 bundles, oversubscribed in fact. I've got 10 bundles. This is the only way to get all 10 prints now, and some of them have sold out. A lot of them actually have sold out now. So if you want to be able to get, for example, has the stamp sold out? You tell me the sellouts. This one, this is sold out. Stamp's just about to sell out. That's gone. The map's gone. The butterflies have gone. This is gone. This is gone. Almost. This. Like 1 unit left. Yeah. So really, look, this is the only way. And also, you're saving £8.99 by buying this. And what I love actually about the palette collection is, Tim could easily have done 16 or 20 fabrics. He's done 10, you know? So 10 fabrics, 5 meters, that is a fabulously stashable and usable amount. You know, even if you collect all of the palette collections over the year, it's not enough for a shop. You know, it is plenty for one person who loves Tim Holtz to enjoy and cherish over the next, I'm going to say, couple of years. It won't last forever, however much we want it to. But they're going to keep going. They're going to go with your previous Tim Holtz, but also I regularly mix and match Tim Holtz with lots of other fabric collections. This is absolutely not a collection that you can only put Tim Holtz with Tim Holtz. It mixes and matches absolutely beautifully. Literally down to my last 5 bundles. This is your last 5 chances, and then it's gone. There's 3 times as many of you with this in your basket than I have. So those last 5 checkouts are the ones that really count now. The difference between happy post and no post at all. I love happy post. Oh, when I get my deliveries from Sewing Street, I'm super excited. Love it. Right, I'm going to put the teal to one side now. I'm going to grab the orange because I think the orange collection in particular would just work so beautifully with the teal. Teal and orange and gold together look amazing. So there's no mega bundle. I'm going to sort of pick them as I'm going to start with the stamps because Kate and I are collecting it, and that's that. There we go, in orange. Okay, right. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I'm going to grab the teal stamps. Remember, the teal stamps have sold out now. But you can see, can't you, why so many of us are collecting these. Great for dressmaking. I think a shirt in that would be superb. Gorgeous, yeah, short sleeve shirt, something like I'm wearing now, book jacket. I mean, perfect for quilting. You can follow the lines when you're cutting out if you want, but you don't get hung up on that. Don't get hung up on that. Embrace serendipity. Actually, your quilts are more exciting often if you're not too careful about fussy cutting. Great actually for things like fabric postcards. How much fun would that be? Don't try and send it with one of these cutouts. But for one side, if you make collage of, you know, maybe like holidays, or Deputy Joan has got a fabulous book that she's been creating for years with a page or a double page on different places that she has visited around the world with fabric and buttons and appliques and embroideries. So much fun. Quilted journals. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Lots of that jumping into baskets. That's your orange stamps. I'm going to have a look. It looks like the map has sold out. So I'm going to go to the tickets. If you've got my very first book, So Fabulous, I devoted a whole chapter of projects made in Tim Holtz fabrics from one of his early collections called Eclectic Elements, which he still brings back. This would fit right in. I'm thinking a messenger bag. I did a dining room using this. So I recovered chair seats, I did runners, placemats, I did all kinds of different things for a dining room. It just worked beautifully. It was so smart. These are all digital printed. Oh, applique, very nice. Yeah, Hayley West used this on a denim jacket. Love that idea. Really smart. Love the colour as well. Orange stamps equals Halloween pumpkins for me. Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah, I love that idea. So, three-dimensional pumpkins. Yeah, with cinnamon sticks. Pipe cleaners, whatever. Love that. Gorgeous. Oh, it's nearly that time. It's nearly that time. I love decorating for the autumn. Right, next up, I'm going to do the photo collage. Because again, as I said, they follow a format, but they're all different. So different photographs, different illustrations. So this one has some more butterflies, some florals. You can see as well, can't you, how the butterflies from the teal collection, this has sold out, but would go so well. So if you've bought this or you bought the bundle, get yourself a bit of this. They will work so well together. Maybe an outer bag in one, the lining in the other, or a mix and match approach. Such gorgeous fabrics. Next up, a floral. Unusual for Tim, but this has a sort of botanical illustration look to it. Producer Jen, don't you think a dress in this, or a shirt or blouse? Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, Catherine Wright's quilted waistcoat in the orange and teal collection, patchwork together. Yes, please. Yes, please. This has been very popular. I've only got 6 meters of this left. And you can see again, when Tim does floral, he distresses the fabric, the background. I love how he always prints. He always says this on the fabrics, that the fabrics are designed to have a distressed appearance with printed imperfections. So don't be thinking, oh, there's a mark here. They are printed with those imperfections. That's the point. Yeah, don't waste the selve edges. Don't waste the selve edges. Right, the lists next, the sort of ledger, like an old-fashioned ledger. Balancing the books. Balancing the books. I can give you a code. Yeah, it's ZY and it ends 59. Now, one of the things I love to do with a fabric like this is to really kind of mix up genres. So imagine your kind of classic applique, Baltimore applique, kind of green wreath, red roses, appliqued, but have this as your background. I'm going to give you the whole code just to check. ZYUI59. Could have sold out. I think this one might have sold out. Okay, I'm going to grab another one. Right, okay. That one has gone out. Yep, sold out. Right, big labels. Oh, now, Kate, if we're talking pumpkins, I think this would be fabulous. Mixed in. You sort of cut, they're almost like rugby ball shapes, kind of like fat petal shapes, 6 of them, sew them together, and you can leave a little gap top and bottom, turn it through, stuff it through the holes, and then you can a button on the bottom, big button, and then kind of sew up through and then down the seam line and under and around to pull it in, and then stick a cinnamon stick in the hole at the top, and then maybe make some green leaves to go on top. Twisty pipe cleaners or something like that to create the vines. This is all in baskets. £8.99 a half metre. Remember, it's cut to order, so if you want a metre, just order 2 units and you'll get it in one continuous piece. That's lush, isn't it? Gorgeous. I hope we can get a bit of the orange back in for the autumn, because I'm feeling inspired. Right, next up, I've got this little ditzy kind of all over foliage print. It's called Tiny Print. Tiny Print. But again, it's so versatile. So versatile. There's a few of these prints throughout. So, for example, here's your teal. Not the same print, different print, but that sort of idea. Here's your yellow, and here's your green. So, for example, if you just like those kind of tone-on-tone fabrics, which are fundamental to quilting success, patchwork success, these are so important fabrics. They're not the big showstopper prints, but they're actually the ones you'll use 3 times as much as anything else. So they really earn their place in your stash. £8.99, and of course it coordinates beautifully with the rest of the range. And then the last one from the orange palette that I have, we don't quite have them all left now, and we can't get more. This is that sort of amazing all over kind of mottled texture. This one actually features in the quilt that's hanging behind me. You can see it just here, in these diamonds, and in here. So this is combined with the red collection, the red and the orange together, and I think there might be a little bit of the pink collection in there as well. But just gorgeous, and it adds so many tonal variations. It's almost like you've used different fabrics, but it's actually just one. Now, at that point, I think it's useful to have a look at that quilt kit. So I demoed this originally, and I've got to be honest with you, I thought, is this going to be quite hard to sew? Is this going to be quite complicated? Is it? I was bowled over with how easy this quilt was to make. I mean, not total beginner level, but if you can strip piece and you can cut out triangle templates, it is all straight line sewing. There is no Y seams. It's essentially 2 strips sewn together, 2 strips sewn together, and then cut at an angle to create, and then sewn to create these diamonds. Super easy. If you watch back the show, when was it launched? 6th of March. I did a full demo on how to create this. So watch that. And this isn't the price you're going to pay, by the way. $259.99. Let's drop the price now. Oh, wow. £100 off. Wow, you're kidding me. Right, 198 centimetres by 213 centimetres. That is a lot of quilt for $159.90. Oh, it's sold out. It's gone. Well done. Well done. Amazing. Amazing. You'll really enjoy that. Right, so we've done orange. Let's do red. Let's do red. Now, I do have a mega bundle of all 10 fabrics of this one. So you're in luck if you missed out. I will show you. I will show you. You've got your photo montage, floral texture. We have the map, different map. We have got alphabet in kind of medieval script. We've got tickets. Again, you're saving £8.99. You're saving half a metre. There's your little mini tone on tone. So this is what sort of goes with your other tonals. Of course, you've got your stamps. Love them in red. Red was actually the first palette, or was it pink? The first one might have been pink. Red was the first, was it? Amazing, amazing. 1st of March it launched. I don't know if it was pink or red that was first. I've got a feeling it was the red. Just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, I've got single figures of the mega bundle, and everything that I have is in baskets. This is probably your final chance to get this mega bundle. I mean, I know the guys upstairs are trying to repeat as many of these as they can, because it is something really we could do within stock all year round for the next 10 years. But that isn't going to happen. So I'm definitely stocking up and stashing right now. Because actually, I wrote my first book about, I think it was about 11 years ago, something like that. And the eclectic elements fabrics that I used were as usable now as they were then. And actually, they're still reprinting them because they're just gorgeous and they don't need changing. They're just brilliant. They'll keep going forever. Yeah, well, hopefully. They're classic, absolutely classic. I have got 3/4 of my stock left now, and I've got it all in baskets. Low single figures, basically. Very low single figures. I've got this by the half metre as well. All 10 fabrics. Okay, right. Well, I would go for the mega bundle because you're making an £8.99 saving there, which is a whole half metre for free. But let's do them individually. I'll start with the stamps. Oh, we don't have this one. Actually, so if you want this one, the only way to get the ledger, that is in the mega bundle. That is the only way to get that one. Okay, and I would also like to think of that one as the free half metre as well. You can't buy it anywhere else, and it's free. Right, by the half metre, stamps. There's a phrase, isn't there, a red letter day. A red letter day. This is a red stamp day. Oh, it's sold out. It's sold out. It's gone. Maps. The map. Let's do the map. This actually almost reminds me of a Liberty print. The Liberty have done a few like London, yes. Yeah, London Bouquet. This is Rome, actually, for reference. But it just, do you know what I mean? It has that look. I think the Liberty one was more pictorial, but I love that kind of smart red, blue, buff, and that little bit of black in there as well. Smashing that, isn't it? Some of you are multi-buying. Now, here's the thing. We can see how many customers have got things in their baskets. We don't know how much you're buying until you check out. So, 4 multi-buyers could wipe out our stock, just like that. So even though at the moment it looks like we've got decent stock, we do not. We do not. That would make an amazing backing for a quilt. Can you imagine? And actually, I'm launching a range of fabric, not mine, it's a Moda range. No, it's not Moda, actually, it's some, anyway. But it is kind of red, white and blue. It's so good. Wow, now that just proves my point. Literally a moment ago, we had 19 units. We've now got nothing. Yeah. Amazing. There you go. One of our multi-buyers just bought 7 meters, and that's how fast the stock can go. Well done, you. That sounds like, are we backing a quilt or a dress? That would be amazing. Can you imagine going to a wedding in a dress with the map of Rome? Oh, love it. Right, tickets. Tickets. And I think probably when last time I used a ticket like this, probably was for 10p. My brother and I used to go to the Saturday morning picture show. We literally lived across the road from the cinema in Tewkesbury, the Roses Theatre. But we used to, and Saturday morning picture show, and my mum would walk us across the road, We would get our tickets and our Panda Pop and our sweeties, and we would go in and we would snuggle down in the cinema, and Mum could get on with things at home, and we would have a morning watching Saturday Morning Picture Show. And if that's brought back any memories for anybody, you are welcome. It was fantastic. I don't think they do things like that anymore, do they? It was just great. And there were series, weren't there? There were series. I remember there was one about like a South American shrunken head. Do you know what I mean? It was, and you had to go back every week to see the next part. Tickets, £8.99. Yeah, I've literally got 2 meters of that left. One multi-buy could have that in one go. Right, next up, we can't do the ledger because that's not in the bundle. Let's do this fabulous kind of rose trellis wallpaper. You know me, I love a stripe. I can't resist a stripe. They are useful in a gazillion ways. For piecing, for patchwork, of course, as normal, but also for cutting into shoulder straps, bag handles, borders. And, you know, so many options. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 4? How many wide? Fussy cutting. Directional fabrics offer so many creative options when you twist and turn the fabrics together. Brilliant. Also, really, really useful for a binding. So you've got to imagine here's our binding. And how smart does that look? A red and tan Hunter Star quilt with that as your binding. And maybe just a little bit of a greyish green mixed in with your piecing as well. Be stunning. Absolutely stunning. 6 meters left, that's all, and then it's gone. Right, next up, let's do that little ditzy all over kind of tonal print. This is also used in the quilt that's hanging behind me. It's one of those fabrics again that's easily overlooked. It doesn't shout, but it actually is more useful in your stash for tying things together. If you try and just put all statement prints together, it can end up looking very chaotic. And you can lose definition, whereas a fabric like this just gives space to breathe and subtlety and quiet. There's a bit of a movement in quilting called low volume. And there isn't the equivalent for but it's kind of shouty fabrics. There's nothing wrong with them, of course. I love a shouty fabric. But I also love turning the volume down. Soft, gentle, just a little quieter. If you wanted a scrappy look, mix this with all the shades of red and orange and pink from your stash. Gorgeous. Right, next up, let's do the kind of brocadey print. Again, when Tim does floral, he distresses it. You can see here, so much texture in there. And do you see almost like chicken wire overlay? Very small though. Almost like, you know, sometimes in those like French cupboards that have sort of chicken wire in the doors and then they have fabric behind them. Have you seen it? Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's a beautiful look. Really lovely look. Kind of real country kitchen. That's kind of doing the work for you. Last 5 meters of that one. Beautiful. Next up, let's go medieval script. We're in the monastery. Brother Cadfael is solving a mystery. Yeah, beautiful. I think because of the lettering, the alphabet, this is very much saying to me book jackets, album covers, that kind of thing. Maybe a Kindle cover or a laptop or tablet cover or bag. But equally, I could see this as a lining for a jacket or a bag. Gorgeous. I love where you've got kind of like quite formal on the outside and then really playful on the inside. Our director Bruce is like that. Very formal on the outside, but on the inside, a lot of fun. Next up, I mean, to a quick glance, just got that mottle, yeah? Super useful, that texture and mottle. But then I love this. It's kind of printed. I'm going to turn it around. Do you see? Yeah? I don't know if it's maybe like, I don't know what that is, but I love it. It's cool. It's almost embossed, yeah? Or, I don't know, almost Braille-like as well. I suppose that is embossed, isn't it? You know, but not Braille. I think that's a gorgeous fabric. Such a beautiful colour as well. Now this, the colour of this would go so well. If you love French General, they use these madder reds a lot. This would be the perfect foil for French General. Lots of different tones inside. And the more tones there are in a fabric, the less important it is to get a really good match with the rest of the fabrics. It's much more forgiving. Last one in the red then is this fabulous photo montage. I love the bow and the little kiss curl. Yeah, great knit. And the Queen of Hearts and the rose and all these little details. Absolutely fascinating. Handle with care. I need that. Oh, there. Yeah, look down there. Handle with care. Yes. That's my heart. Handle with care. Handle with care. I've got a metre left. I've got a metre left. Beautiful. That's the red. Bundle. Mega bundle. Only way, actually, the only way, I've got 2 bundles left and then it's gone. And the only way to get this fabric right here, and actually quite a lot of the rest of it now has sold out, is in the bundle. You make an £8.99 saving, which is fab. Absolutely fab. The red stamps have sold out. The maps is almost gone. This is gone. This one's gone as well. I've got 1 bundle left. Remember, you're saving £8, £8.99 in fact, not just 8. £8.99 saving. 10 of you with it in your basket. So I'm going to call that a sellout. Don't forget to check out your basket. Right, at this juncture, I'm going to very quickly mention we've got a brand new extra wide fabric from Tim Holtz. Now this one actually matches up with a fabric from the yellow palette, which I'm going to show you next. But this is just a gorgeous fabric for backing quilts, for dressmaking. Now Tim doesn't often do florals, but when he does them really well. Sort of botanical, almost, you know, like those Victorian studies of plants collaged together. Now, extra wide fabric, 274 centimetres or 108 inches wide, 100% cotton. Think about how much less of this you would need if you wanted to make a shirt or a dress or a full skirt or, you know, a blind or curtains or reupholster a chair. It's 100% cotton, amazing value. $14.99 gets you half a metre, but look how much you get in half a metre. So if you wanted to make some lovely cushions to freshen up, I don't know, the conservatory or the garden or a bedroom, you know, this is what you get in half a metre, all of this. 2 meters and 74 centimeters, all in 1/2 metre. It's amazing, amazing value. It's brand new today. Again, very, very stashable. Lots of you multi-buying this, of course. If you want to stash this for up to a queen size quilt, you want 5 units, 2.5 metres. If you're stashing this for a king size quilt, you need 6 units, 3 metres. And that will do it. One whole piece, no joins, no muss, no fuss. You can get straight in there and get quilting. Beautiful. If you're doing the quilt behind me, actually, this would be super for the backing. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. We've got lots of quilt kits coming up at 12 o'clock. We need those backing. Nice to recover a bed head, Anne. You're absolutely right. Anne and Gwynedd there. Yeah, lovely idea. Lovely idea. Or make pillowcases for your bed and maybe just a little runner. Just quilt a piece of this fabric with something on the back and bind it and have a runner at the end and a couple of pillows at the top. Probably, I'd go 1.5 meters and it would do it. Bolster cushion, a couple of scatter cushions. Absolutely lovely. So that's our brand new extra wide. We've also got one of Tim's classics. I've used this so many times. It's embarrassing. But it just goes with so many things. I use this to back my New Mexico quilt. If you're working on Sierra Nevada, this would be amazing on the back of that too. Deputy Joan literally finished her Sierra Nevada quilt a couple of days ago. I need to ask permission. I want to post a picture of her finished version. It's gorgeous. Do you want the code? Oh no, we've got it. Oh yeah, sorry. 14.99.5 metre. Oh, is it a picture of a quilt? Ah. You could even use this for the front of the quilt. Quilt it, cross hatch it. There you go, job done. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? This is kind of blended from, the map doesn't end. It kind of blends from one to the next. This also would be great for maybe travel bags. Oh, wow, that's lovely. Look at this. So here's the backing of the quilt, backed with Tim Holtz. This is from Janet. Where's Janet? Oh, Janet, beautiful. I'm already liking the look of the front of the quilt too. Let's see the front of the quilt. Ah, that is absolutely gorgeous. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Do you know that, to me, that looks like it could well be French General on the front. That could well be French General, maybe mixed with a bit of Tim Holtz. A gorgeous sampler. Amazing job. Well done. Well done. Stock up on that. It's a gorgeous one. Yep, absolutely lovely. Right, let's do yellow. The yellow collection. Let's do yellow. We've got stamps. We've got stamps. So if you're late to the party and you want to start collecting the stamps, now's your chance. There's the yellow. They're gorgeous. Love it in the yellow. Love that in the yellow. I'm going to speed up because I've got yellow and green and I've got about 3 minutes to do it in. I don't think I will be able to show them all. Let's see if we've got a map. We've got the map. We've got the map. It's Liverpool. Liverpool. Really having to stop myself saying that in a Scouse accent. Stop it. Don't encourage me. Oh, that's sold out. Well done. Well done. My mum says if I don't drink me milk, I'll only be good enough to play for Accrington Stanley. Accrington Stanley? Who are they? Exactly. Do you remember that advert? Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Apologies, by the way, to both Accrington Stanley and everybody else. Everybody else. 2.5 meters left. That is the most beautiful colour. The ground of that fabric is beautiful, and those deep bronzes, it's stunning. Right, bingo! Bingo! I went to a bingo hall for the very first time last year. I went with my mate Deanie in Bridlington, and a bit of a gang of us went, and we went for bingo, and I'm not kidding, I walked through the door and I was just open-mouthed because I had never been in a bingo hall before. I'd never seen the environment. I just thought it was fabulous, absolutely fabulous. We had so much fun, and I got told off for talking by the caller over them. There's a surprise. There's a surprise.
I wonder if you cut all those out individually, you'd get a full house.
I'd hope so. I'd want a full house. Right, tickets, little tickets. Do you remember Saturday morning picture show? Susie, no? No? Too young? No. Too young?
No, I'm just boring, I didn't watch it. Just boring.
Oh, we used to love it. Those are the tickets. Beautiful, aren't they? Again, the colours in the yellow. Fantastic. Photo montage. Oh my goodness, I've only got 1.5 meters of this left. Isn't that lovely? Scrapbook cover would be beautiful. You absolutely use these lines for quilting. Yeah, that is gorgeous. That's about to go. A couple of florals actually in this. This is the larger floral. This is similar, if not the same, as that backing fabric, but at a smaller scale. It's kind of similar, but not exactly the same. Yep, there we go. We got it, yes. Botanical. No, it's not botanical. I'll tell you the code. It is 82, yes. There we go. There's your correct details. Been very, very popular. Gardening bag, gardening apron. Be rather nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Gorgeous. Another little floral. This one again has the kind of botanical look to it. Oh, that's really pretty because look, it's got all the little pink and purple bits added in. Oh, yes, Suzie Duncan is in the house. She's saying EPP, fussy cutting. Yeah, spot on. Buttercups. Buttercups, fun fact, buttercups are toxic for goats. So they will literally walk through. People say to me, oh, goats are brilliant, they'll eat anything. They will literally starve themselves to the point of if they don't have the right food. If they don't like the food, they will just not eat. So it's the biggest myth about goats, and they absolutely can't eat everything. Buttercups, yeah, are toxic. Who knew? I've got some lovely photographs of them, like walking through, sort of kind of graceful grouping through Buttercup Meadow, but they're not eating it. They're like, where's the food? Where's my dinner? Right, here's your tonal. Again, probably the fabric you will use most out of the whole collection. The sleeper. Because these are the fabrics I use more often than any others. Lovely. Yeah, lovely bag lining. Lovely. And then the last one, which has a sort of like kind of vintage wallpaper look to it. Yes, Regency, kind of. And almost, I don't know if these are mirrors. Yeah. You know, and you often have like a candle sconce in front of a mirror. Yeah, yeah, lovely. And I love the roses. Very romantic. There's only 1.5 meters left of that. That would be great for EPP, wouldn't it? Right, green launched last month. So green is the most recent. So I'm just going to quickly show you. Let's start with stamps. I'll run through these super quick. Stamps, 2 meters left. The ferns, love that. That's a different print. I don't think that's available in any other colour collection. That's the ferns. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. Le billet, the tickets. Le ticket. Le ticket. Admit one. Keep this ticket. Or do you remember being on the bus and you'd get your paper ticket and then you'd, I wouldn't know what I'd done with it, and then the inspector would get on and I'd be panicking trying to find my ticket. Flash Gordon, oh yes, a Saturday morning picture show, 100%. Photo montage, hello, look, so smart. So, I love these vintage photos. Look, that's a gorgeous, gorgeous picture. Oh, just brilliant, aren't they? He's so clever. I don't know what we're going to do without him designing anymore. I'm hoping there's a plan B. Like a damask. This is so dramatic. Gothic. 3 units. Yep. Or we were talking fabric pumpkins earlier on with the orange, and this would be great for the green leaves. It's a little bit gothic, a little bit spooky. If you liked the medieval script, you'll like this too. Really nice, this one. There is some kind of medieval style. You know, ye oldie pretendy medieval taverna kind of thing. I used to work in a restaurant in Tewkesbury called the Wheat Sheaf, and we had all that sort of script. You know, our menus were all written in that script because we were sort of, you know, medieval. And then the opposite us, there was a cafe called the Ancient Grudge. I love that name, the Ancient Grudge. And we were sort of in direct competition with them. So the Wheat Sheaf and the Ancient Grudge had their own grudge. Here's your tonal. Here's your tonal. Yeah, beautiful. So usable. Yeah, a little bit Liberty, I think. I'd mix that in with my Liberties. You see, don't be afraid to mix your genres, your designers. You know, they work with each other so beautifully. It's easy to think, well, why would I ever mix this with anything else? But you will have scraps, you will have bits left over, you'll have favourites. Last one then, bingo! Do you know, I was one number off winning £70,000 at bingo. And I was the only person in the hall that was down to the last number. And it was one of those ones where they syndicate. It's all linked up around the country. Yes. I think someone in Lancashire won. Yes. Lucky them, eh? Lucky them. There we go. Right. That's it. Tim Holt's done. Now, after the break, I'm joined by the fabulous Suzie Duncan. We are ramping up for the Turo Four Patch. You won't want to miss this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold, because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
We're back. Suzie, welcome back. Welcome back. We're going turbo style now.
We are.
With the Creative Grids Turbo 4 Patch. Fabulous ruler. You've already discovered it. Over a quarter of my stock has already gone. Well over a quarter, actually more like 35% of the stock has gone. This ruler is amazing.
It is.
What does it do, Suzie?
So believe it or not, it makes a 4 patch.
As the name suggests.
But it means that you're not reliant on seam matching. You're just lining up with your sewn seam. So if you haven't done an exact 1/4 inch, it's fine because you're cutting against the line you've sewn.
You're trimming after. And look at this. Your Turbo 4 Patch ruler allows you to make 15 different sizes of 4 patch, right from a 4.5 inch finished down to a 3/4 of an inch finished, and everything in between.
I know, it's phenomenal.
Suzie, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is really good. It's actually 16 because I've just realised the one I've missed, 4.25.
Oh, okay. So there is 16.
There are 16.
Great. That'll be lurking somewhere.
Yeah.
So 16 different sizes.
It is an incredibly useful bit of kit because 4 patch is one of those things that is really good to create chains with in quilts and for using up your scraps. And the way this is done means you can use a strip or a square to start with and still get the results.
So we can go totally scrappy.
Very
Or we
scrappy.
can be cutting yardage.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
And to go this small.
I know, absolutely.
And accurate, because small, contrary to popular belief, is really difficult to get accurate.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the centres, perfect size. It's going to fit together like a dream. Absolutely fantastic. And it's one of those fundamentals. I think 4 patch, half square, 1/4 square, flying geese, they are your fundamental patchwork blocks. To have a ruler that makes it easy, totally accurate, totally lined up in 16 different sizes, I'm sold.
Yeah.
And exactly. £22.99.
Yeah.
Now, in the space that we've been talking, about another 15% of my stock has gone, which means that we're now fast approaching 50% sold out. Vast majority of the rest of it is in basket. Suzie, what are you doing to us?
Sorry.
Rulers. Well, no, the thing is, you come in and you show us how to use a ruler and suddenly it all makes sense.
Yeah. But it's when people understand how labour saving and stress relieving using these rulers are, that's why I love them, because I can create the design I want at the end with minimal fuss but complete accuracy.
Well, that's the thing. And you know, it's easy to think that everybody else sews more accurately than you, because even a fundamental block, like a simple fundamental block like a 4 patch, is hard to get perfect every time. But this allows us perfect every time.
Exactly. So if you've got 400 of these to make for your quilt, you know every single one will be spot on.
Yeah, amazing.
And you can do it quickly.
Yes, quick as well.
Yes.
Turbo time.
Turbo time, yeah.
Love the sound of that.
We love the turbo.
Love the turbo time. Just have a little look at all these different sizes that you can make. Remember, there is one missing, so you can do...
Yeah.
You can do like 4.5. This is finished size, by the way.
Yes.
4.5, 4.25, 4, 3 3/4, 3.5, 3. Oh, 3 1/4, 3. That's it. 2 3/4, 2.5, 2 1/4, 2. 1 3/4, 1.5, 1 1/4, 1, and 3/4. Those are your finished sizes. Absolutely incredible. Susie, without further ado, and over half the stock now has checked out and gone. Can you show us how it works? Before we begin, Carolyn from West Midlands says, my hubby has just said, tell that Susie, you can tell that Susie is an amazing teacher. She makes things look easy. Even he can understand it.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, that is making it easy,
Oh,
right?
thank you.
Fab.
Have I converted him to quilting though? That's the thing.
I think it's only a matter of time.
It'll be. I'll get there. I'll get there.
Only a matter of time. Understand it first, put it into practice. So, Susie, will you show us how to use the
I will.
Turbo Four Patch?
I will. So this ruler was designed by Deb Heatherly, the same lady who designed the Hunter Star we saw in the earlier show.
Brilliant.
Such a clever lady. The geometry, or the geography, I should say, of the ruler is really easy. One side does 1/2 inches, one side does 3/4, one does holes, and one does quarters.
Great.
So you're literally working round the ruler, and depending on what size you want as your finished size, so remember it's finished,
Yep.
not unfinished, so you'll end up with it being 1/2 inch bigger than you want to allow for the 1/4 inch seam allowances. You will only use that line. Again, you've got that little hole in there, so if you're hanging your rulers, it's safe. So I'm going to start with a 10-inch square, because I can.
But you don't have to.
You can start with a strip. I'm going to do a strip as well, just to show you can use anything. The reason I'm starting with a 10-inch square will become apparent, because by starting with a larger piece, this is where your turbo bit comes in, because you can carry on using it until there's literally nothing left.
Oh, amazing.
Because you can make multi-sizes.
Don't get so enthralled on the demo that you don't check out your basket, please. Don't miss out. This happened earlier on, didn't it, with the Hunter Star? Rapidly checking out, so the stock's going to disappear very shortly. Everything's in baskets. All
I've done is put pins in just to hold it and stop it doing a little wiggle as I stitch. I'm now going to stitch it with what I think is a 1/4 inch seam, and what my machine thinks is a 1/4 inch seam. But if this is what is so great about this ruler, if you are slightly off, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because it will allow for it.
So where are you actually sewing on your 2 squares?
Just 2 opposite sides.
Okay, so you're sort of making a tube.
So I'm making a tube, yeah.
Already I am intrigued.
So we do that side, turn it round, and we're going to do the other. So you can imagine if this was a jelly roll, for example, you know, a 2.5 inch strip.
Yeah.
You could put 2 2.5 inch strips together if you were making the 1.5 inch finished.
Okay.
And
do you still sew down both sides?
Sew down both sides, yeah. I know, it's intriguing, isn't it?
It is intriguing.
Yeah, at this point I was like, yeah, okay, you've lost me now. So you can subcut this down if you wanted to smaller, it's up to you. I kept it whole and just shuffled my ruler, because obviously my ruler is shorter. But because you're following your stitch line, you can keep it running.
Yeah, just keep moving the ruler down.
So let's go for a 4-inch finish, shall we?
Yeah.
All I'm doing is lining up where it says 4-inch finished. I'm lining that solid black line along my stitch line. And I deliberately sewed in black so you could see what was going on.
Would you recommend everyone does that for the first time when they get it home, just to kind of learn the method?
Yeah, I would.
Use a thread you can see.
Use a thread you can see and go big. You know, use a 10-inch square, or don't try and make the 3/4 inch size, because that's a challenge in anybody's book.
But it's the same method.
Exactly the same method. The other thing that I'm doing is making sure that not only is my 4-inch finish on my stitch line, that it is because these are squares, I know that this is a 90-degree angle, so I know it's all lining up. And I'm just cutting up the edge of the ruler. And when I've run out of ruler, I keep my blade still and move the ruler so I'm still following the stitch line. Everything is kept straight. That's one side. I'm then going to turn it round and do exactly the same on the other side. So same 4-inch line on my sewing line. And I'm going to run the rotary cutter at the side of the ruler along that 4-inch. Now what I would then do at home is put a couple of pins in and repeat that process.
Okay.
Because then I can carry on going.
Yeah, I can see that.
Which is where the turbo thing comes in, because you can make a lot. So now what I need to do is to press this.
Okay.
And I'm going to press it to the dark side.
Very good.
So set your seam first. And we found the wool pressing mat, which is good.
Love a wool pressing mat. I've got one on the show actually. If you haven't joined the club, what are you waiting for?
Yeah.
This is the Millwood wool pressing mat. We all love them, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Brilliant. $24.99. It's just brilliant. Absorbs the heat, holds the heat.
Yeah.
So you're getting pressing from the back and the front. Firm but yielding. They're a must-have. They really are, and a very transportable size. Don't you think?
Absolutely, yes, and yeah, lightweight as well. So
Yeah.
you can take them to crops or whatever it is that you're doing, workshops. So I've got 2 flat strip pieces. What I'm now going to do is turn them one on top of the other, and because I've pressed to the dark side, my seams are opposite way round. So these are going to my left and these are going to my right. So I'm going to line up those seams exactly. And because I've used a 10-inch square, my pieces are exactly the same length, which is what you need. And if you're not sure if they're nesting properly, just open it down and roll with your fingertip to make sure that they line up. And then pop a pin in just to hold it still.
I love that fabric, by the way.
It's
the patterned
nice,
fabric.
isn't it? It's like
gorgeous.
Sanderson. It's in this layer cake. Super.
I might just have that layer cake on the hour. Yeah, might do.
And again, this end, we're doing that as well. So we make sure that those seams are lined up. And then what we're going to do is do a 1/4-inch seam across the short edges this time.
Okay.
I know, it's
like a magic trick, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
I love the sort of, well, the most accurate is sew, then cut.
Yeah.
In so many ways. If you think about like methods for making half-square triangles, a lot of the most accurate half-square triangles that you do, you sew them large and then you trim them down.
Yeah.
We know now, don't we? It's a method a lot of us use.
Yeah. Yeah. And we all tend to like use excess fabric, so we've got that opportunity to trim down as well. So now what I'm doing is lining that same line, the 4-inch finished line, on that stitch line we've just done, and cutting across, going to the other end.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's so
I
fun.
get it. The penny just dropped.
Yes.
And I know what you're going to do next.
Guess what?
Guess what?
Look at that.
Look.
2
There it is.
absolutely perfect.
Yeah. And you've now got more.
I can do 2 more.
You can do 2 more.
So
you sew the ends
just
again.
realign, make sure, you know, in your excitement, they haven't moved.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what else is really cool. So obviously these were 4-inch finished I was trying for.
Yeah.
If you suddenly think, oh, actually, now I want a 3-inch finish.
Yeah.
Shall I show you how you can do that?
Yeah, definitely. So you would just sew either end now? And
yeah,
then,
that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to sew these.
Turbo. There's your turbo. Do, 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 do. Turbo time. Now, we've got twice as many of you with this in your basket that we have left. I am down to 40 rulers left, and there's nearly 90 of you with it in your basket. So if you want the Turbo 4-patch ruler, brilliant. What a smashing, clever ruler. Love it. For $22.99, just brilliant. Make your 4 patches turbo fast. And remember as well, because you're lining it up with your sewing line, you will always get your accurate finish.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter if your seam allowance is off.
No.
You're going to trim it to the right
Yeah.
size. But not all round 4 sides.
No, just that one.
Amazing.
It is so clever. So I've sewn those 2 again. So bear in mind we started with a 10-inch. So far we've got 2 4-inch finished size. I can cut another one from this that's left. So that's given me 3 4-inch finished. But this one, if I try and do a 4-inch, I've run out of fabric. Oh no, I've just got enough fabric. That's not what I wanted, but by absolute fluke I have. But say that's not quite there. If I want to then say, okay, well, in that case, I'll do a 3-inch because then I can start a pile of 3 inches.
Yep.
Or 2, because then I can double them and have 2 per block, and I can get little.
2 sewn together would be the other size.
Absolutely. So let's go for 2. So that bit disappears, but this obviously is not a square. So what I do...
Although I still like it.
Yeah, I quite like these. It's like cobblestones, isn't it?
Yeah.
It makes really good borders.
Really low teens now.
So
14 left.
The other thing that you can do is if you go back to your original line, so that's the one that's already been pressed to one side.
Yes.
Put the 2-inch finished on that and make sure you've got another stitch line that's marked on the ruler along your stitching, so you know you've got a accurate 90-degree turn. You can trim off that side, turn it round and repeat for the other side. Flip it, remember, because you're working from the seam. And then you end up with
a
perfect 2-inch finished square.
That is very, very, actually very, very clever.
And useful.
It is.
Really useful, because then I could make, from one strip of 10-inch, I've got 3 4-inch, 1 2-inch, and I can carry on and build that pattern up and create. And this is all the waist.
Brilliant.
This is what I love.
Brilliant. Last one, cool. Literally, what? Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Suzie, honestly, we've got 30 minutes of show left.
Oh, shall I just stroke fabric for the next? But this is just a quick idea of what you can do. Put them together, and this is what I meant about the chain on a 4-patch.
Oh yeah.
I love getting these secondary.
One of my favourites.
Yeah. Love
Absolutely
it. And if
gorgeous.
you put them on point, it works so well, because you can make these really stand out and create a linked design.
It's lovely. It's lovely. They are literally building blocks of patchwork, aren't they?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, and also remember, you can cut 16 different sizes of 4-patch. So whatever pattern you're working from, it's almost certainly going to work, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Right, we're done. Let's go home.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, early bath. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Cake for the next bit.
Well, we can, thanks to you. We've got some lovely fabric. We've got some lovely fabric, and I've got that gorgeous layer cake. I'm going to start with that layer cake.
Do you want mine
rather
than yours?
May I?
Yeah, of course you can. It's obviously I've used a couple of bits, but you don't get the plain.
No, I'll take that away. Thank you. But I'll show you. $32.99. You've got 20 10-inch squares, and these are from Sanderson.
Yes, they are. Arboretum.
Arboretum, lovely. Well, I know that's going to appeal to you and to me. We love our gardens.
Yeah.
Beautiful, botanical. Oh,
I love that one.
Love that one.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous. Yes, yes, yes. These are stunning. They have that kind of vintage feel to them.
Yeah, you know when you go round the stately homes and the country houses.
Oh, yes.
And they're the sort of wallpapers and the furnishings that you see, aren't they? They're absolutely stunning.
Totally are. Yeah, really love these. Super classy. You've got 2 of each of 10 prints, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, you have.
2 of each. I'll show you all of them. Obviously, there are some that Suzie has cut into, but that's okay. This is one of them that Suzie had used. That's actually in the 4 patch. And just, you know, remember what those 4 patches looked like. So different depending on where you cut the fabric.
Yeah.
Um,
there you go.
Just wondering if we got that. Yes, thank you. You know, you see here, this looks totally different to this. Same fabric. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And then there is this bird? Is this also? That's part of it.
Yeah, I think I used 2 of those.
Particularly liked that, didn't you?
Well, no, I wanted to do all 16 sizes in the same combo. So
Oh, of course,
yeah.
yes.
So that was all I had left, I'm afraid.
It's the original, yeah. Those are absolutely stunning.
So you do get 2 of the geese one.
Yes. Yes. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Suitable for using with your Turo Four Patch ruler.
Yes.
But equally, any of your favourite layer cake quilt patterns or a scrap quilting pattern. These would all work. If you've got my scrap quilting booklet or my scrap quilting books, you'll know how I feel about buying fabric for scrap quilts. It is allowed. You can do that. In fact, I strongly recommend it to get the mix, to get the variety.
Yeah.
Those are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. That's your Sanderson 10-inch layer cake. 20 fabrics, or 20 squares, all 10 by 10, all pre-cut and raring to go.
And all quilting weight cotton.
Yes, yes. Don't pre-wash. Don't ever pre-wash a pre-cut. I had a lady once did that.
It won't be the size.
No, they weren't even square. They were rectangular because they, you know,
warped.
Yeah, they do a little bit. As all fabric does.
As do we when we go in the shower.
Right, next up, I've got a K Facet charm pack. Like that. This is called Cool. It's cool. It's cool.
It is. Look at those divine colours.
Amazing. You get 42 5-inch squares. And because a lot of Cave's patterns are large, in a 5-inch square, you can actually get very, very different looking squares, depending on where on the fabric it's cut. Gives you a lovely taste of his designs. This is Cave, Brandon and Philip Jacobs, who make up the K Facet Collective. The 3 of them together. I think their styles are quite recognisable. That looks like an ammonite. Is it an ammonite? Oh, pretty. These florals, these are always Philip Jacobs.
Yeah. And Brandon tends to do like the sea urchins and stuff, doesn't he? And
Things like this, yeah. They're more abstract. And then, now I'm not sure, I think that's a Brandon. That's Philip Jacobs, definitely. But what Philip does, he designs the pattern, but Cave colours them.
Yes.
Yeah. These are lovely, aren't they?
They are.
All these different.
Yeah.
Cool. I love the way though when Cave does cool, he can't help himself but put in some lovely warm colours as well.
But actually, that not only does it rebalance it, it actually highlights the cool even more, doesn't it?
Very good way of putting it.
It really does accentuate the green.
One of my all-time favourites from Cave, Guinea Flower.
Definitely. definitely.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. These would be great with your Turbo Four Patch ruler.
Because because it's a 5-inch square, so you could do 2.5, 2 inch and 2.5 inch finished, 2 1/4 inch finished.
So you would
with
still
those
put
with
2
minimal
together,
waste.
sew down the
you-
sides?
Exactly the same procedure. Yeah, yeah.
Ever so clever.
It is
Brilliant.
really clever. And yeah, you can marry those in with any colours. I mean, we know with Cafe you can put in solids of any. So you could do a different solid for each one and do a complete scrappy
You really could.
cave quilt that would look amazing, like you'd spend hours seam matching.
Yeah.
And you hadn't.
Fabulous. Tracy's message from Surrey. She says, hiya, I bought the ruler as I inherited 20 10-inch charm pack.
Goodness.
20 charm pack, 10-inch.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
What a
wow.
lovely
My dear
inheritance.
friend, who sadly passed away last year. But now I feel I've got the confidence to make a lovely quilt.
Yeah. Anything.
I'm guessing. We ran out of
Jacket.
words.
Jacket.
Oh, a jacket would be amazing.
That would be cool.
Kimono style? Yes. I've
And then
already
just-
got it.
Just live in it.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Perhaps I could do a sleeping
Wow.
bag for camping. Quilted sleeping bag for camping.
Nice. So many things you can do with a layer cake or charm pack.
Yeah.
So useful.
But I'm really
So
pleased that
versatile.
she's going to use it, because fabric is beautiful, but don't curate it.
Right.
Use it.
Yeah. 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 Let it fulfill its potential.
Absolutely.
Its destiny.
Because you can still love it when it's part of something, but if you're using it every day, you'll love it even more.
I agree. 100%. 100%. Right, I'm going to move on because that is surely going to sell out. Right, now let's do some lollies. I'm a big fan of Jen Kinwell, and we've got two different sort of panels. They come by the half metre. Are these pre-cut, Jen, or are they cut to order? Okay, so this is cut to order by the half metre. They're ever so clever.
Yes.
Because what you get across the width of the fabric are 8 strips of fabric. Okay. Now, the original idea, the original thinking behind them was a way of getting 8 different fabrics in a half metre cut, or even in a 1/4 metre cut. You've still got 8 different fabrics, a little bit of lots of different fabrics, scrappy, beautiful. And so they were designed to have this ... cutting line so that you could cut out your fabrics. However, lots of people now are using that dotted line as an integral part of their quilt design. So cutting out squares, diamonds, all kinds of shapes, with that line either running through the centre or whatever offset. Really clever way of using it. £8.99 gets you half a metre. But remember, £8.99 gets you 8 different fabrics all in one. So you can just literally cut those apart, use some solids, some scraps, even some calico or cream fabric, and sew them back together. Make your Turo Four Patch. Make a Hunter's Star. Absolutely brilliant, aren't they? And if you multi-buy this, by the way, it comes in a continuous piece. So if you buy 3 units, you'll get 1.5 metres. And each of the... Do you have a ruler?
5 inch.
Are they 5 inch wide? 5 inch, not including the black dotted line.
Not including the black dotted line. There, you can cut 5 inch strips.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Fantastic. I think they're amazing.
They are really
I wish we had more of these.
Yeah. And actually, if you use it, if you cut the other way, so you're cutting across all 8, you could make some incredible binding and borders strips, couldn't you? Because you'll get a variety going on.
Love that
which
idea.
Would be really smart.
Coordinated,
Yeah.
but also scrappy.
Yeah.
Love them. Love them.
Yeah.
Right, the other one that we've got is in the yellow. So same principle, 8 different fabrics in vertical strips.
And they are different designs from the blue ones. Not just colours, the fabrics themselves are a different design.
Absolutely. This is gorgeous. They're kind of a bit mid-century modern, aren't they?
Yeah.
Got a nice kind of slightly vintage look, but also quite modern look as well. Love this one.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I like the second one in that one. Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And yeah, 5-inch wide strip. Now, a lot of us are used to cutting our strips this way, selvage to selvage. But keep in mind, the most stable grain on fabric is the lengthwise. So actually, if you want less stretch in your fabric when you're piecing with it, cut your strips on the lengthwise grain and they will behave even better.
Yeah. I
Especially
often cut
borders.
That way round. Yeah. Yeah.
Always cut borders on the lengthwise grain if you can. Those are fab. Don't have loads, and it is the kind of thing you'll probably want to multi-buy. Now, I've got some bundles. Let's start with the first. So this one, you've got your lollipop fabric. So you've got your 8 in the blues. All right. And then, Susie, I think you worked with Jen, didn't you?
I
to
did,
put together
yes.
some coordinates.
Yeah.
You've got 1/2 metre of navy. Or is that midnight?
It's midnight.
Midnight,
Yeah.
yep. 1/2 metre of midnight, which is our darkest navy. And then 1/2 metre of orange linen texture from Makawa. All cotton, of course. Beautiful. Amazing price. $17.99 for effectively 10 different fabrics. Super. Yeah, the solid and the tonal will really kind of make the prints pop, won't
Yes.
it? When you use the two of them together.
Yeah.
That's fab.
Yeah.
That's our first bundle. Great. Love the colour combination there. Love linen texture.
Yeah, I love linen texture, and I really like a blue and orange together as well. And that burnt orange against particularly the multi-blue spot with, I call it the eyelashes, orange eyelashes around it. That worked really well.
Oh yeah, you did that, your lovely
in
block,
this
didn't you,
one,
using?
So I used the midnight against it because I wanted it to work with the other piece that I put with it. But yeah, the orange work was spot on for doing the eyelashes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Our second option in a bundle is this one right here. So it's the yellow lollipops. Lollies, I think they're called.
Yeah,
so you get that. But then you also get 1/2 metre of 2 different solids. Oh, actually, is that... They're not. They're both solids. They're both solids. Am I right? They're both solids, aren't they?
I thought they were both solids.
Yeah, they're both solids.
I'll double check my piles. Yeah, that's the only oranges I've got. We're double checking.
Okay.
Should that be something
So
else?
it's not that fabric. It should be blossom, linen texture blossom.
Hang on, I'll see if I've got
We had the wrong fabric sent through, actually, and we put this in from Susie's stash because we thought this was the right fabric. But it's actually blossom linen texture. Well, I'll leave that to one side for now, and when we've got the right fabric... Ah, there it is. Thank you. That's better. That's better. Yes. So you've got your blossom linen texture and your salmon Rose and Hubble solid. There are your coordinates. And then you've got your 1/2 metre of lollies. Yum, $17.99. Yeah, 1.5 metres of fabric, but a total of 10 different fabrics, different options. So brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
If you get both bundles, the solids work with both sets.
Cool.
And the lollies themselves coordinate together. So the two together, even just that amount of fabric, Turbo Four Patch them, and you've got a huge number of 4 patches to put together, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Loads of options. Loads of options for, what would that be, 18? Under £36, $35.98
You can
for
make
both
a
bundles.
double-sided quilt, lap quilt, blue one side. Yeah, blue, I was going to say blue one side, the orange tone's the other, and then you've got night and day.
Love that. Night and day
Or
quilt.
winter and summer.
I just want summer at the moment.
I want rain.
Yeah, no, I don't mind the rain at all. And Charlie's loving the rain because he's the one who's in charge of watering.
Yeah, ditto.
So, yeah.
I'm really.
We went through that phase where
rain
it was
at home.
twice a day.
Only twice.
Yeah, really? Were you doing like in the middle as well?
28 watering cans it's taking me to do the allotment at the moment.
Now, I have got these two fabrics. Are these in a bundle together? Very cute. 1 metre total. This is lovely. Ruby Star Society?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Caramel and cream, we've called it. So you've got your little cute spoons. That is absolutely adorable. And then you've got 1/2 metre of cream, solid. Oh, it is actually. It's a slightly mottled mixer. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. Gives it a bit of texture, really.
£10.99. We've actually got a couple of Bozel products which I want to share with you because those would be fab. We're going to talk oven mitts, chef's mitts.
Chef's mitt, yeah.
Not a chef's kiss,
No.
although it is International Kissing Day.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, how appropriate.
I know. And International Fried Chicken Day. I think you should combine the two.
No, forget the chicken. I'll go with the kissing.
Oh, no. Charlie has dreams about my fried chicken. It's one of my picnic staples.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
for me, I'm afraid. Or our dog.
Chef's mitts. Right, so this is a product from Bozel. Now, it's easy to think that Bozel only make one product. In our form. So much so that everyone calls in our form Bozel. What's inside your bag? Bozel. And I'm like, yeah, but Bozel what?
Yeah.
So there's in our form, but they do loads and loads of different things. And one of the things they actually specialise in are kind of pre-cut shapes, which are really, really useful. This is for a gauntlet.
It is.
Chef's gauntlet. And it's pre-cut. You get 2 of them.
Not a boxing glove.
No. I mean, this would be good if you've got like an open fire or a wood burner or an Argo.
Pizza oven.
Yeah, pizza oven, yes. Oh, I love a pizza oven.
Yeah.
Because it really covers your forearm as well. This is not wadding. This is not wadding.
No.
This is revolutionary insulating fabric. Now check this out because I think you'll be impressed. This will withstand temperatures up to 450 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's a very high.
450.
I wish it was that in here at the moment.
What I've done.
I might actually thaw out.
Burnt to a crisp. 450 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
So, like as you said, pizza oven.
Yes.
An open fire.
Yep.
Anything like that. Okay.
Yep.
This is very special stuff.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't come with instructions because it's pretty self-explanatory. But, Suzie, would you talk us through the process, please?
I can talk you through the process, yeah. We won't do it because obviously we've got a time factor. But what you want to do is, may I borrow one of the originals?
Yeah,
Thank
of course.
You. What I have done is I laid the mitt that comes on fabric and rough cut round it, and you want to leave at least 1/2 inch around it just to give yourself the wiggle room. And at the same time, before you stick both of them down, put one on your plane and draw round it.
Right, so make yourself a template.
So you've got a template.
Yeah.
The other thing that I did do was slightly trim the thumb area down because the way it's been manufactured, it is literally just 2 hillocks with a slit.
Yeah.
Your thumb needs a bit more space than that if you're going to be able to grip anything once it's in the glove itself.
Yeah,
I can do that before I lose it. But so what I did was just shape it slightly. It didn't take much out, it just gives it a bit of shape. And that's what I use for my template. I've adhered the mitt wadding bit to the reverse of the fabric using just a bit of 505 spray, or you can use your 505 glue stick. And then I have done some quilting over the top. Now this wadding is extremely thick, so you will need to set quite a long stitch length. I think this was on 3.1.
Okay.
And it still looks just like a 2.4 stitch.
Yes.
It's still really small.
So even like a 4.5 would do.
Yes. So I did, and I also put my walking foot on as well.
Okay.
Yeah, even feed foot. Quilt it over. You can do as much or as little as you like, but I would recommend you do some, because again, that helps with the grip. And when you wash these, it means the fabric's not going to slip and distort when it's washed. And these are going to get washed, aren't they? The other thing to remember is you are to use both. Do not think you'll get a pair.
Right.
You will only make one from the two. And the reason for that is if you only put wadding on one side, only half of your hand is going to be protected. And the minute you put your arm in, you're going to get burnt all the way up here or under here, depending on which side is your wadding. So use both. And once they're quilted, you're going to, what I do is put them together. You can trim round if you want, but when you stitch, you are going to be stitching without leaving a big seam allowance.
So are you only sewing through the fabric, or do you need to sew through the wadding as well?
I personally would sew through the wadding as well.
Okay.
I would use that as my line against my presser foot. And the reason for that is because you don't want any parts of it without wadding to reduce that heat resistance. Because if you imagine you'd got just fabric on this edge when your hand was in that temperature, this edge of your hand is exposed to the heat more than it should be.
This is true.
So you really want to stitch on there. So again, even-toed foot, big stitch length on yours, and take it slow. You will find it is not easy to get that amount under your machine. It will go, but just take it slow. The lining, exactly the same, but obviously you can have no wadding, so it's easier. Don't sew the armhole up though. And then once it's stitched, I would then cut this out, clip round the curves, or go round with pinking shears, whichever you prefer. That I would put inside, and then I'll just bind over the top.
The lower edge.
Or if you extend the lining bit longer than you need, you can do a double fold of the lining across the front of the...
Oh, that's a nice idea.
And then you'll get it all as one, rather than have to do an extra binding.
I like that. I like what they've done as well on the cover picture. They've put just a little folded loop into the seam so that you can hang it. It might be next to your, barbecue or something like. I barbecue all summer long.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
If I'm doing a roast dinner and the weather's lovely, I'll just say, oh, well, let's just do it on the barbecue.
Yeah,
And we still have Yorkshire puddings.
Yeah.
They're not so easy to do on a barbecue.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, how do you regulate that temperature?
Yeah, quite. But I just love it. I love it. But it could be for your baking. It could be because you've got an open fire or a log burner or something like that.
Yeah, we've got one hanging by our log burner, so we remember to put it on before you clean out, poke the log ash or whatever. Because it's so easy.
Fierce. Even opening the door, you want some protection on your arms.
Absolutely.
The heat that comes out from it.
Yeah.
It's really clever, this, isn't it? It's a bit fun. It's a bit different. And you could do all kinds of things. I mean, you're using one fabric.
Yeah, you could patch it.
You could.
Yeah.
You could Turo Four Patch.
Yeah. You could do a quilt as you go on this before you started to use up
How would
scraps.
we do that?
So for that, what you would do is...
Do you want to...
yeah, I can use a fresh one.
Have a fresh one.
So you can get your scraps of fabric that you've got, just strips, whatever it is. I know these aren't scraps, but we can pretend. And you just lay one down at whatever angle you like, or however you want it. the next one, you'll put right sides together and you'll do a 1/4 inch seam.
Yep.
And then you'll finger press it over. If you've got a magic seam wand, I would definitely be using that to press it. And then that one's done, then you'd carry on until you completely covered it and then work the other side. And if you then wanted to add any more quilt stitching, you could do that as well. And then just trim round and you'll have a real jazzy, absolutely bespoke, individual oven glove that nobody else is ever going to have.
I love that.
Yeah.
Or even you could use something like denim.
Yeah, you could use denim. You could use the, you know, the selvage edges that some people you could do a selvage one.
Yeah, beautiful.
With little sayings on it. You could embroider someone's initials on the fabric before you put it on there.
King of the grill.
Yeah. Don't try and embroider through this as well.
Right.
It'll distort.
Too thick.
Yeah.
Right, now, while we're talking about cooking, as we often, or food, as we often do, Suzie.
Why do we always
You
do
and
that?
I. Oh, we both love our kitchens.
We do.
We love our kitchens.
We do.
We've got pot holders. So these are from Bosal again, and this is, again, using that revolutionary insulating fabric, which can withstand temperatures up to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. And what you get in here, I'm going to open this up.
Oh, I was going to say I've got one open.
So you get one 10-inch square in there. To make your pot holder. It's a great way of using an orphan block.
Yes.
Or maybe 4 patches. You could use some layer cake squares. I would do patchwork personally.
Yeah, I mean,
you could do seasonal ones.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've got.
What have you got there?
So I've made, using my Turo Four Patch ruler.
Of course.
I made myself some, because it's a 10-inch square, I thought, right, I'm going to make 4-inch finished Turo Four Patches.
Yeah.
And I've done it in the fabric to match my oven mitts, so my kitchen is going to look gloriously coordinated.
Oh, yeah.
And I made 4 of them. I also cut from the plain, I cut myself some sashing strips, and my idea is that I will put a plain sash between each of the 4.
Ah,
like
a little
that.
square in the middle.
And then either side and a square in the middle. Get these around the right way and it'll all work. There you go. And that one will come that side. Sorry, I haven't trimmed them yet, so that one will go in there.
Oh yeah,
and
lovely.
Then, you can make it double-sided, so you could do something completely different on the other side, or you can just use a whole piece and you can do binding and bind the edge. And when you bind it, if you also include an extra piece, you can add a loop on one corner to hang it up, if you're going to hang it. But we use these all the time at home, like a trivet, but I put the teapot on it as well. And because I can wash it, it doesn't matter if it gets splashed or tea stained.
But equally, it could be
really
like
handy.
your casserole dish, couldn't
Absolutely. Or if you have like a paella or fajitas, and you bring those to the pan to the table, you can put it on the mat.
Got my hot pad ready, Suzie.
You've got the hot pad ready.
Bring that paella and those fajitas to the table, and tacos.
Exactly. Yeah. So they make really lovely gifts.
Yeah.
The two together would be an amazing Christmas gift, wouldn't
they're
it, for
fab.
someone?
Yeah. Just remember, 450 degrees, very, very special. Margaret from East Riding. Thank you, Margaret. If you use the air fryer barbecue, you can make your puddings. Margaret! Oh, yeah, true. Air fryers, air fryer. The band from my house, the band. I know a lot of people are very passionate about them.
Simon keeps trying.
You love yours, Jen. Have you got one?
No.
No?
No. No.
No, I'm a yeah. Anyway,
I'm
yeah.
a traditionalist.
Me too. Yeah. My friends recently said to me, "Oh, we bought ourselves an egg cooker," and I was like, "What?
Egg cooker?
They're like an egg cooker. It does 4 boiled eggs." I said, "You know a saucepan
I was
does
going to
that
say,
as well, don't you?"
You can do it in a kettle.
Yeah, but having said that, they've done me eggs in it, and they are fab, and they are lovely, and all of that. I just haven't got room in my cupboards and on my for another piece of equipment.
That's
Yeah,
that's my argument.
Yeah.
We've got a very small kitchen,
Yeah.
and it's cluttered enough. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I would like an air fryer, really. I just haven't got room. But I don't have an electric kettle or an electric toaster either.
Oh, right,
for the
'cause you've
same
got-
reason.
yeah, 'cause-
I have a stovetop kettle.
Yeah.
Got like a range cooker and I have a stovetop, and we put toast under the grill.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
But I have got an ice cream maker. Like one of the ones that actually plugs in and properly with the freezing unit now. It's super.
Yeah.
It was my treat to myself during lockdown. I'd always wanted one. And I do make rather delicious ice cream.
See, then I'd have to eat it, so it's probably a good job I don't make it.
And frozen yoghurt. Very healthy, low fat, full of fruit.
It is.
Full of fruit. Wow, it's been an amazing hour.
Yeah.
It's been an amazing
Whiz
day,
past.
Susie.
Yeah, it has. I've had a ball.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
No, thank you. It's been good fun.
glorious.
It has.
And you have introduced us to not one, but 2 amazing Creative Grids products, the Turo Four Patch and the Hunter Star. Will you come back and do them again soon, please?
Yes,
For everyone who missed
absolutely.
out.
Yes, of course I will, yeah.
Jen's placing her order
Is she?
I think so.
Awesome.
Fab. Enjoy the rest of the day.
I am.
Happy
Hope so.
anniversary.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
It's your anniversary today?
It is.
Ah.
It is. In fact, this time 6 years ago, it was like, are you ever going to get dressed, Mum?
Oh, really?
An hour to go.
You've done the allotment.
No, not quite. I had been on missions delivering here, there and everywhere.
Oh.
And yeah, my daughter was a little bit afraid. She just sit there. She got quite, okay.
Sit there and get dressed at the same time. Well, anyway, happy anniversary from
Thank you
everybody
very
here
much.
at Sewing Street.
Thank
Lots
you.
of love to you, and
Yes.
thank you for today. And thanks for the cake.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Right, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it's our final hour. Miss it and you'll miss out because I've got some fabulous last chance quilt kits. Don't go anywhere.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold, because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
I'm glad you came back. I knew you would. It's our final hour on Sewing Street this Sunday, and we're going to do quilt kits. We've had such a fun day. It's been gorgeous. We're finishing on a high. This is quilt kits you'll love, and I don't want you to miss out. We're going to start with this one. Now, we haven't got the actual quilt. We've got a printed panel hanging behind me to give an idea, but it's nothing like the size or the vibrancy. I'll show you the fabrics. I think this is absolutely gorgeous. The quilt kit itself is called Berry Market, and it features these beautiful pieced strawberries. They're a 4-patch with stitch and flip corners, so don't think there's anything hard there. Little half square triangle leaves at the top, and then you've got those gorgeous chains running through, and then some little beautiful blossoms in between, and that fabulous border. The quilt itself is 76 inches wide by 90 inches deep, so this is double to queen sized quilt. Fabulous fabrics inside. I'm going to open it up while we drop that price. You are not paying $249.99. There you go. Whew, lovely, $179.99. And it comes in, the Riley Blake boxes are always absolutely gorgeous. It's such a sort of covetable thing. And the fabrics inside are beautiful. You save £70. You've got your pattern, okay, inside, and I've got a feeling that there are some different options size-wise. There are, I think. I'm saying that, maybe not. Anyway, you could, and then look at these gorgeous fabrics. You've got your beautiful strawberry print, this fabulous stripe as well. I'm going to open it up actually, because there's a lot of fabric that you can't see. Let me pop that forward. Have a look at these lovely fabrics. So you've got your gorgeous stripe. So rich and vibrant, aren't they? Beautiful. Look, this is your neutral with this little spot. And then what you think is one fabric is actually a stack. And let me show you, look, these are fat quarters. And look at all of these that you've got. Little bicycles. Oh, that's gorgeous. This is lovely. All of these different fabrics. Strawberries and cream, Wimbledon. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that teal colourway. You get all of these fabulous fat quarters. That's a really pretty print. It's just absolutely delightful. Now let's see what we've got here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you've got 14 fat quarters, but then you've also got a huge chunk of this gorgeous background fabric, this lovely kind of soft, creamy pink with little spots, or at least a couple of meters there. You've got your border fabric there, and then you've got your binding as well. So all told, an absolutely fabulous selection of fabrics there. Really, really pretty for £179.99. You're saving £70 on that. You're also, it's beginner level piecing. It's beginner friendly. You're going to be making 3 different blocks. So you've got your strawberry, you've got your flower with kind of chain sashing. Oh, actually, and then it's your sashing that joins them together. Yeah, so it's just 2 blocks plus your sashing in between. And you do get a lot of fabric. 14 fat quarters, 5 yards of this, 5 yards of that. You get 1 1/4 yards of this, 3/4 of a yard of this. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the quilt itself is 76 by 90, so it's a really good size. That is a huge amount of fabric. 14 fat quarters, over 5 yards, over a yard of that, and 3/4 of a yard of that. That is absolutely phenomenal value. Plus that beautiful pattern as well that you could make. I mean, you might just love the fabric. I think that is really, really stunning. Yes, it's all in a gorgeous box, so as you progress and you've got everything, it's magnetised even. And you can keep everything in there safe and secure. Gosh, if you're going for that, that is lovely. I'd enjoy making that. I'd like the quilt actually as well. I think it's beautiful. It's really summery, isn't it? And I would put that on, you know, if you've got a kind of white painted wooden bedstead, or a brass and iron bedstead, something like that. It would be so kind of cosy and cottagey, and it's sort of a little bit shabby chic, isn't it? Beautiful. Right, pop that to one side. The next one that I'm going to pick actually is this one right here. So this is called Daydream, and this is Anna Maria Horner fabric in here. What I love about this is, this reminds me, now, correct me at home, please. This is reminding, is it a Florentine stitch or a flame stitch in tapestry? Or are we just going Bargello? It's got that look anyway of a tapestry stitch. Florentine, I think. Yeah, I think it is. It reminds me of that anyway. I think it's a lovely way to showcase the fabric. Very, very easy to make. Total beginner level. Should be £189.99, but it's not today. This is a daydream. It is £129.99. Now, £60 saving, and I've only got six left. Got 6 left. That's gorgeous. Got a message? Is it telling me which stitch it is? No. Oh, question. Hi, Stuart. Have you ever read the book, How to Make an American Quilt? It's a novel I'm thinking of reading. I realise it's not a guide. Oh, Nicola, bless you. I love that. Yeah, I have read the book, How to Make an American Quilt. I read it years ago. It is a beautiful read. It is a really lovely... It's only quite thin. It's probably like a couple of evenings read, or you might even do it in one sitting. And it is a really lovely book about sort of friendship and companionship and memories, and yeah, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Let me know what you think of it. Let me know. Really lovely book. This is Daydream, and it's from the Make My Day collection by Anna Maria. It is lovely. I really like that. Size-wise, 169 by 196. Ooh, I need that in inches to tell you what it is. 169 by 196. I would say that's probably twin to double. It's probably going to be about 72 by 80 or something. 66.5 by 76. Yeah, I would say it's a twin or a double. I would fit a double bed nicely. Yeah, it isn't huge. It's completely doable on a domestic machine. Totally beginner level. You're literally cutting out rectangles. So very, very simple. Yeah, lovely quilt. But really shows how effective a simple design can be with the right fabric and the right colouring. Yeah, Anna Maria's fabrics are amazing. The fabric does so much of the talking. Yeah, lovely. Right, that's gorgeous. I'm going to grab this one next, which is a Kaif. Classic colour red, because I just love, this is almost a rainbow quilt, but it's quite soft, it's quite subtle. It's pretty. And soft, subtle, pretty is actually something quite rare in a Kaif facet quilt. They are striking, they are daring, they're dramatic, they're bold, but I don't often see a Kaif quilt that I say is pretty. And this, I think, is really soft and delicate. This is that combination of Kaif facet and William Morris. Here's the price you're going to pay, but I've only got 4 left. £189.99. Now, a big quilt, 180 by 225. So this is a good kind of double queen size quilt. Easy piecing, 70 by 88. So double to queen size, perfect. Simple block. You're going to make 8 flying geese and 5 squares and sew them together to make your block. And you're going to repeat that 20 times, 20 blocks, different colour combination in each, and then sew them together. So totally beginner friendly, achievable, which I think is the best thing. It's achievable. And it is a stunning quilt. We had this on air. The red actually comes from the colour of the flying geese. I'll just show you. So this is the red here, and it's one of Kaif's shop cottons. So it's actually like a really deep purple and a really kind of like light red, almost orange, that are woven together, warp and weft. And then these are your beautiful William Morris meets Kaif facet fabrics. Kaif did the colouring. Just gave him a pack of crayons and some black and white fabric and said, oh, go on then. No, I'm joking. I think it's a fabulous collaboration. I think actually that's a collaboration or an idea that could be so exciting to explore in other ways, don't you think? you know, like some of the Sanderson fabrics, if they were recoloured by Tula Pink, or, you know, French General recoloured Kaif even, you know, you could get so many different amazing new looks. Interesting, interesting. Only 3 of these left though. If you want that, you will need to be quick. Right, the other Kaif. Yes, is it this one? Saffron Grove? No. Look, this side. Oh, sorry, yeah. Pinky Swear, okay. I cannot see you. So this one, ain't nobody here but us chickens. They're little chickens, they're piece chickens. And wait till you see the crash. It should be $179.99. You are going to pay. Oh, is that a £90 saving? You're saving more than you're spending. Wow. Now, do you know what? I mean, I don't know. If you don't want a quilt with chickens on it, you don't have to, because look at this fabric. It is so usable. You've got this beautiful shot cotton. You've got this beautiful floral, more shot cotton, gorgeous cave print, more shot cotton, and another beautiful print. Big chunks of each. Now, you know, I would buy this for the fabric. I would buy this for the fabric, because for $89.99, now let me just, you get over 8.5 meters of fabric. It's about £10 a metre, isn't it, for your fabric? Now, your K-Facet shot cottons are the same price as your K-Facet prints. So we're talking £16 to £18 a metre, and you're paying a fraction over £10 a metre for this fabric. And I think that colour combination really works. More than doubling baskets. I think you like that idea at home. I think you like that idea at home. I just, you know, I love a chicken quilt as much as the next man, but I would rather have the fabric for something else, for just over £10 a metre, for shot cotton and beautiful floral prints. And actually, they are really beautiful floral prints. I think these are lovely. I just need to let you know that that kit has sold out. Well done. Well done. You just got yourself a proper bona fide bargain there. Brilliant. All right. I'm going to go Ruby Star Society, because I have a lot of love for Ruby Star. I think their fabrics are really cool, really lovely. And if you want to, I think especially if you want to make a quilt for someone who has a more modern approach to quilting, or you have a more modern approach to quilting, and you want something a little bit more, they make it very easy. They make it very easy. This is called Friendship Knot. 68 inches square, brilliant size for throwing on the back of a sofa, cuddling under, snuggly, on a bed. I've got an even better price. But the thing is, to me, that looks quite vintage. That looks quite vintage. Oh, hello, under £100. If you missed out on the Kaif, you might want to get involved now. Ooh, look, we've got gorgeous wovens in here. Now, usually, woven fabrics, woven stripes and plaids are more expensive than prints, because obviously the setup is different, it's more complex. The Tilda Creating Memories has a combination of prints and wovens. We actually sold the wovens for less than we should, because we sold them for the same price as the prints, but they were supposed to be about £2 a metre more. Look at all of these gorgeous wovens. I love this. This is gorgeous. This is a Dobby weave. Oh, it's lovely. Look, can you see? It's got like a little, isn't that beautiful? That is gorgeous. This is a very special quilt kit, actually. You've got that in the pink and black. Some more. Oh. Again, I want this just for the fabric, because these fabrics are stunning and so hard to find. So hard to find. That is beautiful. Now, like I say, actually, we had that lovely viewer earlier on asking if I'd read How to Make an American Quilt. I think that quilt could have been made in 1860 or 1960 or 2025. There is something about that and these colours and these fabrics which is old but completely new at the same time. Do you know what I mean? I know that's a real contradiction, but it's true. It's true. Hi, Stuart. Is it harder to quilt with a woven fabric than printed? The Ruby Star fabric looks so soft. It's a really good point, Glynis. It's a really good point. And I'll just show you the handle of this fabric. It is dreamy. It is so soft. The handle is beautiful. I would say it's actually even softer than a quilt weight cotton. Beautiful handle. It's going to feel amazing. No, it is absolutely just as easy to work with wovens. I would give you a couple of tips. One is things like a yarn dyed plaid is every bit as finely woven as a print cotton, but I like to spray starch all my fabrics. So I would still use, even though it's a lovely tight weave and very stable, I would still best press or spray starch all my fabrics before I start working with them. Other than that, no, there really isn't anything. This one that's got this little slight slub in it is going to give great texture. I just think an absolute dream to work with. Yeah. No, in fact, I don't really have any tip because it is just as easy to work with this fabric as a printed woven. And again, you're getting so much fabric. Let me just have a look and see. I'm not sure whether it tells me here how much fabric is in there. I mean, you can see just by the size of the stack of fabric. Look at that, so lovely. Gorgeous. Let's have a little look. Well, here's the supplies in the kit, and let's do a bit of maths. So quarter, 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 so that's 1. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 1/4. 7 1/4 yards. Let's say there's 7 meters at $99.99. Oh, that's a bargain. £14 a metre. That's amazing. Because your wovens, you're going to be paying about $18.99 per metre for. So that is a bargain price. £7, 10.5 metre. That is a bargain price. And the finished quilt, absolutely stunning. A very, very simple log cabin style. How to make an American quilt? Just follow the instructions, and it's on split pay. 3 of them, $33.33. Usually when something is a bargain price, it's because you have to buy it there and then, whole price, all in one go. But you can have that price and spread it over 3 months. That's fab. Love it. Right, next up, let's do Countryside Blue and Countryside Cream. So we had this quilt hanging up behind Suzie Duncan, earlier on in the blue. I'm going to really quickly show you both side by side because I want you to be able to see both of them. Because we've got a blue version and we've got a cream. And basically, they are the same fabrics in the stars and the border and that kind of thing, pretty much the same in both quilts. This just illustrates, kind of day, night. The difference that you can get depending on the background fabric is incredible. Here's the blue quilt. That is one of my favourite quilts that we've had on as a quilt kit. It is a fabulous, fabulous pattern. Now, are you ready for the crash price? It should be $279.99. I'm going to give you the best price ever today. Wow, that's a full £100 saving. That's the best price we've ever done. That means that your first split pay of 3, 0% interest, you can get it home in 3 to 5 days, is less than £60. $59.99 to get it home. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now the fabrics in this quilt really, really deserve closer inspection. When you look at the quilt like that, they could be florals, they could be tone on tones, they could be batiks. It's hard to tell, but they are so fun, a little quirky, personality aplenty. And they are kind of woodland creatures, botanicals. You've got that beautiful, rich French navy solid, which creates the background, that amazing backdrop to the prints. And then look at these. You've got bees. You have got fireflies. A little bit of cream there. You've got frogs and I think newts, yeah, and mushrooms and fireflies. I mean, this is so beautiful. But these are not necessarily what I was expecting when I first saw the quilt from afar. The level of detail, little moles, so fun. A little bit quirky. I am there for that. I think it's gorgeous. Rabbits eating your strawberries. Tell me about it. Snails. Such a big saving on this kit as well. And it's a big quilt too, 224 centimetres square. I'll tell you what that is in inches in a sec. You've got cats in amongst the florals. You have got birds in amongst the blossoms. 88 inches square, your quilt. Big quilt. I think these are deer. More pussycats. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, really? Bit of a link between this designer and Tula Pink. Rachel Hauer is a tattoo artist, and she's Tula Pink's tattooist. Ha! I love that. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. That's your border. I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. And what's cool about this is it has one look when you see it from afar, and I don't know, can we just see the, yeah, you know, just beautiful, gorgeous, kind of warm, cozy. But then as you're moving closer, you will see little moles and cats and snails and mushrooms, florals, butterflies. It's absolutely gorgeous, but you only see that when you get close up. Those fireflies are stunning. 88 inches square, and you get full instructions as well. If you want this just for the fabric, well, remember, you are making a £100 saving. And fabric-wise, you are getting a huge amount of fabric. I don't think it says on the back just how much fabric you're getting, but it is a lot. It is a lot. It's a very chunky box. Gorgeous. Well, good luck with that. Now, we are crashing to the same price with the cream. Now, I won't get the cream one out, but I'll grab it. Just remember, basically, same patterned fabrics. I think there might be one or two variations, but nothing really to shout about. It's the background fabric that's different. Cream this time, a solid cream, best price we've ever done. You're saving a full £100. Can he do it? No, I can't. I'm going to give up. There we go. There we go. Yes, £179.99. Do ask, do ask. Some questions. Hello. Is the New Mexico kit okay for beginners, please? I am so tempted, Sandy. Let me grab that next. Simple answer, yes. Yes. I don't do hard because life's hard enough, right? Sewing should be easy. This is New Mexico. I'll show you the quilt. So this is the kit to make an exact replica. And it's all done in our beautiful cotton solids. Now you're actually getting your instructions for free within this bundle. $64.99 including free instructions, and you get instructions to make the quilt and to make a cushion, 7.5 meters of fabric, and you'll have enough fabric to make both. Okay, it's beginner friendly, absolutely. Now you're going to make bordered squares, so squares and strips. You're going to do half square triangles, and you're going to do the simplest foundation piecing to create these triangular units at the sides, okay? If you really didn't want to do those, you don't have to. You could put plain fabric in there instead. But it's very, very easy. It is literally strips of fabric, stitch, flip, stitch, flip, stitch, flip. You're just doing it on a paper foundation, and you get the full-size foundations included in your pattern, okay? Lots and lots of lovely reviews, thank you everyone, on the website. Lots of inspiring pictures and tips and tricks throughout to make it easy. You've got a colouring sheet, you've got a full colour layout, but you don't have to follow my colour layout. You can mix and match those fabrics any way you like. The only thing you have to stay true to is the cream, where the cream is. The cream has to stay there. Okay, but all of the other fabrics can be swapped and changed around. So if you don't want the orange and the blue creating that sort of internal square, you don't have to. If you want your border to be more kind of blues and teals, you can leave out the oranges and the golds, use them in your blocks, and use perhaps the really, really deep clarity colour, the dark chocolate brown, the orange, and the teal, the teal and the blue in the border. You can do that. It's entirely up to you because you get equal quantities of everything. So let me show you what you get in the bundle. So first off, you get 2.5 meters of your background fabric, and this is, if I'm not mistaken, cream. And then you have a gorgeous selection of blues. Let me grab the blues. So the origins of this quilt were that I asked Ben, our producer Ben, if he would put together a colourway for me. And I said, it was for my birthday a couple of years ago. And I said, if you put a colourway together for me, I will create a quilt. And I'm not going to give you a theme. Whatever you come up with colour-wise, I will design a quilt around those colours. And he came back with basically 4 or 5 colours, and we had a bit of teal and a bit of blue and a bit of orange together. And I said, fantastic. I expanded the palette by adding in some more shades, but kept within his brief. And as soon as I saw those colours together, I knew it had to have a kind of Southwest, kind of New Mexico vibe to it. And after that, I'll be honest with you, the quilt designed itself. It was so obvious what to do with these fabrics. And I think when fabrics speak so loudly to a designer, you just have to go with it. Do as you're told. And it's been probably my most popular pattern that I've ever designed. And thank you everybody for buying it, making it. And I chose solids because I wanted something that we could always kit and that would always have the same. We couldn't run out of the fabric. It's one you will love and enjoy. Delightful to make. I've got 18 kits left. Oh, no, 16 now. 16 kits left. Remember, you do get enough fabric to make the quilt with the binding and the cushion as well. You might have to piece your backing for the cushion. I can't guarantee you'll have enough fabric. I use something from my stash for that, but you certainly get enough for all your blocks. The quilt itself, by the way, is 57 inches square, so entirely doable start to finish on your domestic sewing machine. Simple cross-hatching across the whole surface would look amazing. Easy to do, would look terrific, and you could do it on even the smallest sewing machine. I long-armed mine because that's what I do, but it absolutely doesn't require it. You could easily manage to quilt that on your home sewing machine, and all of that for £64.99. Last few chances available. Remember, you're getting the pattern for free as well. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we've got that. In terms of colours or fabrics, what about making a version of this in monochrome? You could just do black and white or all blues. I've done that myself. But you could do jewel tones on black. You could do batiks, you could do tone on tones, you could do the Tim Holtz. Pamela from Dorset has got in touch. She says, oh, thank you, Pamela. I really like this message. Thank you. I have all of Stuart's books and most of his patterns. What would be the best design to use fabrics collected on travels so it reflects countries, especially nature? Help. Pamela, my brain instantly went to Galleria. My Galleria pattern, because it has large apertures for bigger prints, or you could even do embroideries or printed fabric or collage of photos on fabric, and then it has smaller sort of apertures, if you like, with little frames around them. And the way the quilt's put together, there's lots of different ways you can set the blocks. And you could either kind of travel around the world, depending on how you've travelled, or just across. Or I think that one would work really, really well for a quilt that reflects travels. That would be my instant thought. Yeah. If anyone's got any other suggestions, get them in on an email, please. I think that one would work, though. We're just finding the pattern details. You've probably already got it, my love. But there it is if you haven't. Galleria, £9.99. There's the, yes. And there's lots of different ways that you can set those blocks. And there are different layout suggestions in the pattern. This is the front cover. That's just 4 blocks with a border. I've made that pattern so many times. It's really, really versatile. I just love designing and using patterns that you can do a lot with. And thank you for your support. I hope you are ready for another book, though, my love, because Use Scraps Sew Fabric Make 100 Bags comes out very soon. And we will be launching it here on Sewing Street on the 30th of August. So pop that date. Yes, Guy, I totally agree. Pharaoh's Tiles from Use Scraps Make 100 Quilts would be another great showcase. Or if you've got really big prints that you don't want to cut up, That quilt design actually came out of Amy Butler, who asked me to make a quilt for her with a new fabric range. And I didn't even bother to say, what's the fabric like? I hadn't even seen the fabric. And I said yes. And then when it arrived, it was really quite an eclectic mix. None of the designs sort of really sat next to each other. They were all amazing, but maybe for a bag here or a dress there. But I had to make a quilt. So I had a slightly kind of tummy lurch, kind of, what am I going to do now? I've said yes to Amy Butler. And then I just kind of slept on it and the design came to my head. And when I'd finished that quilt, it was just one of my favourite quilts I've ever made. It's funny, isn't it, how sometimes necessity, mother of invention, all that. Right, let's move on. Can we do the hexagon part quilt from my mate Lynn Goldsworthy? This is a beautiful quilt. Beautiful quilt and a beautiful range of fabrics. So the quilt, I love a classic red and white quilt. Here it is. It's 62 inches by 74 inches. Bordered hexagons. Absolutely yummy. The good news is they're not full hexagons. They are half hexagons, which means you can sew them in straight rows. There is no Y seam. There are no Y seams. There's a colouring sheet. It is simple straight line piecing. You've got your background. You've got your binding, and then can't get into that. There we go. The fabrics themselves are so beautiful. That's amazing value. $79.99 to get this home. I think those fabrics are gorgeous. If you love red and white quilts as much as I do, then you will be drooling as I am at these fabrics. They are stunning, aren't they? I've only got 9 kits left. And I've got 10 in baskets, so you can't all have it, I'm afraid. You get your full instructions as well. That's phenomenal value, 62 inches by 74. I'd buy that just for the fabric, but this is such a fantastic quilt. Lynn Goldsworthy, in my opinion, one of the finest quilt designers we currently have working in Britain. I really, really rate Lynn. I think I've always thought she was a terrific... Oh, hello. I've always loved Lynn's designs. I'm super thrilled that she's here on Sewing Street. That is gorgeous. 7 kits left and then it is gone. I wouldn't say no to one of these myself, I've got to be honest, but I probably won't be able to because it'll sell out. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, you can. The hexagon park quilt. Remember, no Y seams, easy piecing. Straight line sewing, $9.99 for the printed pattern. I also have a digital version. This would make a gorgeous scrappy quilt. Imagine all those hexagons done in different scraps. Or if you've got a layer cake that just needs to be used, yeah, $9.99 for digital this time. Digital design, a digital pattern. Download it now. Start sewing this afternoon. Oh, that sounds like a nice afternoon. Oh, Jen's spending the afternoon sewing? Yes. Very nice. Very nice. Right. Next up, postcard from Paradise. I don't know how we've even got any of this left because it's gorgeous. This is the brand new Liberty range, Postcards from Paradise. And this is an amazing quilt designed by Matthew Pridemore. Lowest price crash today, not seen before. Oh, £50 off, yes please. $149.99. You've got every fabric from the Postcards from Paradise collection, bar one. There is one print that they took out. I can't remember which one it is or why, but it was replaced with this one, which is Emily Bell. And you've got your white on white is also, I think it's Emily Bell or Wiltshire Shadow. Oh yeah. So anyway, it is a Liberty. It's a Liberty white on white. Anyway, so the entire kit is Liberty, and £50 saving. You get your pattern included. Look, lovely range of piecing. You've got your 4 patches there. You've got some snowballed. Well, this is almost like a simplified pineapple log cabin, and a sashed 4 patch as well. Easy piecing. Lovely, easy piecing. I thought this would be lovely as a summer quilt. Take it out into the garden, take it to the park, picnic on it. And I love this. Do you see the border where it kind of scallops around the outside? Just achieved with 4 patches. It's a very, very clever design. An absolutely incredible array of fabrics from Liberty. Yes, that Liberty. Liberty of London. Brand new collection. This is quilt weight cottons, by the way, not lawn. This is quilt weight cotton. Very, very easy to use, beautiful quality, and yeah, a really stunning quilt. I think actually the quilt, and actually when we had the quilt in person here on air, it was stunning. It was vibrant, it was beautiful. It's a gorgeous collection, gorgeous collection. Right, one more before we do tomorrow's menu, and I'm going to pick one more. This is one more Lynn Goldsworthy, and it is the Hearts and Stars. This is a kit, absolutely fabulous. You've got Nature's Portrait. This is a Riley Blake working with the Royal Horticultural Society. I did one of their ranges last year. The fabrics are stunning, absolutely stunning. Oh, it's sold out. It's sold out. Well done. Look at the price as well, £54.99. I'll do the instructions on their own. Instructions on their own, Hearts and Stars. 44 inches by 52. This is a physical pattern. Great scrappy quilt, this actually. Great scrappy quilt. You've got a plique, you've got piecing. That's the physical pattern. We've also got digital. And then I've got one more extra special thing actually for this. So this is the digital pattern, £9.99. And then if you want, we've got a set of templates. Oh, I've only got 4 of them left. I've only got 4 left and 7 in baskets. These are acrylic templates, clear acrylic templates for the Hearts and Stars for £7.99. Fab. We've got more quilt kits, we just didn't have time, but have a look on the website and bag yourself a bargain. Right, let's see what's coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street. It's my last day before I head home. I will be back soon though, don't worry. At 8 a.m, we love Moda. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We love Moda at 8 a.m. At 9 o'clock, I'm joined by Lucy Pixley from So Pretty, So Mindful with the Butterfly Lap Quilt. At 10 o'clock, we'll be doing quilting tools. And then at 11 o'clock, Lucy is back with The Art of Bag Making, a guide to designing and making bags from So Pretty, So Mindful. Last of all, at 12 o'clock, we've got under £10 fabric bundles. So if it's time to restock your stash, tomorrow might be the day for you. Right, don't go anywhere because Dave Bradford is up next on Hobby Maker. You don't need to touch that dial. Sit back, relax, enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you 8 a.m. tomorrow. Take care.